This is Audible.
Fake It Till You Make Out. Love and Luck, Book 1. Written by Isla Olson. Narrated by Joel Leslie. 1. I didn't wake up that Saturday morning with the intention of fabricating a relationship with my gay best friend. I don't think anyone ever really planned something like that. I'm sure if you found anyone else who'd been in a fake relationship and asked how it started, they'd have a similar story. I said something really stupid to the wrong person, and 24 hours later, my entire family and everyone else I knew thought I was gay. Nope. That Saturday, I woke up in a pretty damn good mood, thanks to a sexy blonde and her sexy mouth wrapped around my cock. I was asleep when it started, and a little disoriented to wake up in an unfamiliar bedroom with my cock in a random woman's mouth. But it doesn't take long for my brain to catch up to my dick and alert me to the fact that this is the girl I hooked up with last night. Sarah? Sandra? Sophie? Fuck. I might have been slightly distracted by the incredible tits she kept shoving in my face as she leaned over the bar to talk to me, but I'm pretty sure her name starts with an S. Fuck, that feels amazing. I let out a groan as she takes me deeper inside her mouth, my hands reaching out to run through her long golden hair. Girl's got skills, I'll give her that. And it only takes a few more moments of her deep-throating me before I'm ready to blow. Coming! I manage to get out just before I shoot into her mouth. I let my hand slide out of her hair and fall to my sides. Damn, you're really good at that. She runs a tongue over her lips and flips her hair back.
Thanks. I was kind of hoping you'd stay asleep, though.
Huh? My face screws up in confusion as I attempt to parse her words. Why wouldn't you want me to wake up? She flashes me a flirty smile.
I have a thing for unconscious guys.
What? The actual fuck. I want to believe she's joking, but her expression says she's completely serious. I guess it serves me right for breaking my sister's no-going-home-with-the-customers rule, but seriously, what the fuck? I'm suddenly feeling incredibly vulnerable just lying here in her bed without any clothes on, so I get up and search the floor for my briefs, yanking them on as soon as I locate them amongst the scattering of clothes littering her bedroom. I shove the t-shirt I'd been wearing over my head, the black one with the Rice Rice Baby logo on the front, but my jeans, where the fuck are my jeans? As I begin to seriously contemplate just leaving them and making my way across Manhattan half naked, I hear Ed Sheeran's Galway Girl blaring from the other side of the bed and breathe a sigh of relief. I dig the phone out of my pocket with one hand as I start scrambling into my jeans with the other. Just as I'm answering the call, I hear creepy date rape girl squeal,
Oh, I love Ed Sheeran, too. We have so much in common.
I roll my eyes. I don't actually love Ed Sheeran. I just happen to have a best friend whose family hail from Galway. Okay, so maybe I like Ed Sheeran a little bit. The dude's songs are fucking catchy, sue me. Fucking bastard, Declan says with a chuckle, clearly having overheard creepy girl's comment. I thought you promised to change that ringtone. I have no recollection of such a promise being made. Right. Well, I was going to ask for a favor, but if you're busy, I'll call one of my brothers. Nope, don't worry. I'm on my way. Declan lets out a breath of laughter. You don't even know what the favor is. Doesn't matter, I'll be there. Are you at the shelter? Yeah. Be there soon. I end the call and finish doing up my jeans.
Are you sure you can't stay for breakfast?
Creepy girl says from where she's perched on the bed.
I can make something for you.
And risk being roofied? No thanks. I shake my head and offer a tight smile. Sorry, gotta run. And because my mom raised me to use manners, I can't stop myself from adding, thanks for everything, Sarah. Her eyes narrow on me.
Who's Sarah?
I cringe. Ah, shit. Sorry. Sandra?
My name is Henrietta.
I can't stop the little bubble of laughter that makes its way out of my mouth. I should probably give a shit that I screwed up so badly, but I really don't. She's not amused. In fact, she looks ready to curse me with some kind of dark spell, or throw a meat cleaver at me. One of the two. And seeing how it's already been established that she's batshit crazy, I decide to get out of there. Pronto. The second the front door closes behind me, I reach for my crotch just to check everything is still intact and she hasn't somehow cursed my dick to fall off while she was sucking me. Thank fucking God. My eyes fall closed and I let out a heavy breath of relief upon giving myself the all clear. When I open them, it's to find an elderly lady has emerged from the apartment across the hall and is eyeing me with amused curiosity. I yank my hand away and clear my throat awkwardly. Just checking. The old lady's mouth curves up in what I hope is wry humor and not actual interest.
Would you like some help with that, dear?
I'm good, thanks. I give her a polite nod in my head and then take off for the stairwell, darting down 5 flights and bursting out onto the street. I'm instantly hit by the thick heat that is New York City in mid-July. It's still early, not even 8 a.m. yet, but the sun is already fierce, and there's barely a breeze to speak of. I briefly consider the possibility of going home to swap my jeans and boots for something more weather-appropriate, but that would take me way out of my way, and I don't want to keep Declan waiting. There's a subway station just down the street from Creepy Girl's apartment, and I'm able to get to the animal shelter in Brooklyn in under 20 minutes. The shelter won't open to the public for another couple of hours, so when I get there, I bypass the bolted-up front door in favor of the side entrance I know Declan would have left open for me. The moment I step inside, my senses are instantly assaulted by the stench of dog shit. And yeah, I know certain odors are to be expected in a freaking dog shelter, but that's not what this is. This is bad. Explosion at the sewage treatment bad. What the fuck has Deck roped me into? I slap my hand over my nose and draw in deep breaths through my mouth as I go in search of Deck. It doesn't take long to find him. As I move toward the back area of the shelter, I can hear him muttering and swearing under his breath, and when he comes into view, I immediately see why. He's down on his hands and knees in one of the dog cages, cleaning up a giant mess of liquid dog shit. Oh, fucking hell, that's disgusting. What the hell happened? He stops his cursing and glances up at me, the relief in his green eyes palpable. Oh, good, you're here. That didn't take long. I take it you weren't at your place. Nope. What the fuck, man? He lets out a sigh and backs out of the cage, standing to his feet. How he managed to even get his 6-foot-plus frame in that cage in the first place is beyond me. He's wearing a pair of blue scrubs, the front of which are smeared with bits of dog shit. Ugh. You know that rescue we brought in a few days ago? The lab mix? Declan asks. The one they found in the Hudson? That's the one. Well, we had him checked out when he came in, and he was fine. Exhausted, obviously, and needed defleeing and deworming, all the usual stuff. But other than that, seemed healthy. Yesterday, he spewed up his dinner. We figured he might be having trouble adjusting to the food we've been feeding him. But then this morning I come in and there's shit everywhere. And it's not just him. Thor and Bruce are sick as well. Jesus! Where are they now? In the yard. I wanted to separate them from the other dogs, hopefully contain this thing, if that's even possible. He lifts his hand, no doubt intending to scrub it through his dark blonde hair, but drops it with a grimace of disgust when he realizes the glove he's wearing is covered in shit. What do you want me to do? I'm dreading the answer, but I offer to help, so I'll just have to suck it up. Besides, I don't like seeing Deck all stressed out like this. We need to clean the cages, and I mean seriously clean them. They need to be hospital-grade disinfected, and we'll need to bathe the dogs, but that can wait until after Dale's been in. He promised to stop by before we open today. Hopefully, he can give them something to make them stop shitting everywhere. I shake my head, letting out a resigned sigh. You got any more of those scrubs? 2. Declan. Much to Heath's annoyance, I don't have another set of scrubs. I only have the set I'm wearing because I haven't gotten around to unpacking my locker here since the semester ended. As it turns out, that was a good decision. Instead, I let him borrow the shorts I was wearing when I came in today. They're old and from Walmart, so if they get ruined, it's really not a big deal. And I won't have to listen to Heath bitching about getting dog shit all over the expensive jeans he's got on. I toss him the shorts and he gets changed, removing his t-shirt and boots as well, evidently deciding he doesn't want to risk them either. Hey, where do you keep those bandanas you send the new adoptees home in? He asks once he's changed and sets his clean clothes as far out of the way as possible. Why? I ask warily. Why do you think? He threads his fingers through a clump of the straight dark hair that falls to the nape of his neck. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem. It's not really long enough to tie back, but definitely long enough to get in the way. I nod toward the front part of the shelter. Through there, behind the counter, second drawer. Heath disappears for a minute, and when he comes back, green bandana in place, I can't help the bubble of laughter that rises out of me. He narrows his gray eyes at me, thick dark brows lowered in annoyance. What? What's so funny? No, it's nothing. It's just... You look more like you're about to join a beach volleyball game than... this. He lets out a wry huff of laughter, followed by a resigned grunt. Come on, let's get this over with. You're insane, Heath cries. I'm insane? Do you even hear yourself? Do you? I get to my feet. The sponge I've been using to scrub out Thor's cage dangles loosely from my hand, water dripping everywhere as I stare at my best friend, completely bewildered by what he's suggesting. I've heard Heath try to hold up some seriously dumb arguments over the years, but this is absolutely beyond me. Wolverine has fucking adamantium running through his entire body, I argue. And he has super healing ability. That makes him virtually indestructible. There's no fucking way Black Panther would beat him. Black Panther is really fast and really smart. He'd get in quick onto Wolverine's guard and go for the throat. One big slash and bye-bye Wolverine. There is no way Wolverine would ever let Black Panther get that close to him. We stare each other down for a long moment until I finally throw up my hands in exasperation. Fine. Let's ask an impartial judge. Heath shrugs. Fine. I peel off the rubber gloves I've been wearing and go in search of my phone. Once I've found it, I hold it up between Heath and me. Hey, Siri, who would win in a fight between Black Panther and Wolverine? She sends us to a search result of a Reddit thread, which is not even remotely helpful. Heath shrugs. Well, I guess we'll never know. It's Wolverine. I hear a throat clearing and turn to find Dale, the shelter's main vet, standing behind us. Oh, hey man, thanks for coming, I tell him. Not a problem. I was at the clinic today, so was only a couple of blocks away anyway. Do you remember Heath? I ask him, motioning behind me. Yeah. I think we met once or twice. I notice him checking out Heath's naked torso, and, well, I can't exactly say I blame him. Objectively speaking, my best friend is a damn attractive guy. I could hardly expect a gay guy to come in here and not check him out when he's just standing there shirtless. The dogs are out in the yard, I tell Dale, motioning with my thumb toward the back of the shelter. I really hope you can do something for them, or we might have to close today. His mouth forms into a tight frown. Well, you might have to do that anyway. If it's what I think it is, antibiotics should clear it up. But it might be a good idea to close today and make sure none of the other dogs have caught it. Damn it. Saturdays are always our busiest days, but Dale's right, I guess. The last thing we need is for a dog to be adopted only to start shitting everywhere as soon as they get to their new home. That's a surefire way for them to be returned straight back to the shelter. On our way out to the yard, Heath turns to Dale and asks, Hey, Doc. We need an impartial judge here. Who do you think would win in a fight between Black Panther and Wolverine? Dale's brow creases in confusion. I don't know. Are they Star Wars characters? I never saw that. And with one sentence, I see Heath's opinion of Dale, which was already low to begin with, plummet tenfold. Once Heath manages to pick his jaw up off the floor, he asks, "So, you've never seen Star Wars? Or any Marvel movies? How is that even possible? You must be the only person on the planet who fits that box, and I'm not being hyperbolic here. There is literally no one else that could possibly apply to." Dale shrugs. "I'm just not into big action movies. I prefer classics like Casablanca and Rebel Without a Cause." "Oh, that's a great movie," I say as we reach the yard. It's really just a paved courtyard about the size of a basketball court, where we can let the dogs run around and play a little. Dale turns to me, offering a shy smile. "I'm actually going to see it tonight. It's playing at one of those rooftop cinemas. You should come." "Oh, I've actually got a family thing tonight, but thanks." Over his head, I spot Heath, whose brows are so far into his hairline, they've almost disappeared. Dale checks over the dogs and prescribes them some antibiotics and a limited diet, which he tells me should have the problem cleared up in a day or two. Once he's gone, I decide to take his advice and close up for the day. It's already close to 10, the time we usually open on a Saturday, and we still have to clean the yard and bathe the dogs. "Dude, please tell me you are not actually interested in that guy," Heath says. I glance up from my phone, where I've been posting a message on our social media about the shelter being closed today. "Huh? Who?" "Dr. Dull. He was totally into you." "Yeah, I'm not sure about that. He was checking you out." "Really?" Heath's mouth curves up in a smirk, and he runs a hand over his chest, down to his abs. "Well, you can't really blame the guy. He's only human." We manage to get the yard and the dogs as clean as possible, and it's a good thing it's so hot out because we end up absolutely soaked. Not that that's entirely a bad thing, given the state we started out in. "So, what do you think we should name this guy?" I give the newly clean black lab mix a rough pat on his head. Heath's brows shoot up. "He hasn't got a name yet?" Not yet." Heath rubs at his jaw, appearing to think on the matter. "Well, considering the destruction he's caused, how about Thanos?" he suggests, keeping with the tradition of naming the shelter's rescue dogs after Marvel characters. "Dude, that's harsh." I kneel down to rub at the poor guy's furry neck, as if to apologize for Heath's words. "How about Bucky? He's caused some damage, but it wasn't his fault. And he's got that rugged, handsome thing happening." I glance up at Heath to find him rolling his eyes. "I'm sure Sebastian Stan would be thrilled at the idea of you comparing him to a loose-boweled mutt." We finally manage to get out of the shelter when my coworker Lana shows up to take her shift. Even though we're closed today, we still need someone to stay with the dogs, walk the healthy ones, give the sick ones their meds, all that kind of stuff. "Coffee?" I ask Keith as we leave the shelter. "Fuck yes. Your treat." I let out a soft chuckle. Well, that's only fair considering he kinda went above and beyond for friend duty today. We hit a little cafe not far from the shelter, and I put in our order while Heath scrolls through his phone. I've just finished paying when I hear an unpleasantly familiar voice.
Oh my god, Heath, is that you?
I spin around to see Heath has snapped his attention up from his phone. His eyes are wide, and his face is even paler than usual as he stares at the unwelcome sight of his ex-girlfriend. The one who cheated on him and crushed his heart. The one who's supposed to be a safe distance away in Los Angeles. 3. Heath. After a bad breakup, You have this fantasy in your head of how you want things to go down the next time you see that person. You want to have all your shit together. You want to be looking hot as fuck. You want to be dating someone way hotter than they ever were. And you want to make sure they know you're so over them you can barely even remember what they look like. That was my plan for whenever I saw Allison again. But of course, things don't ever really work out like that. The first thought that hits me when I hear her voice is, why today? Why the fuck does this need to happen on a day when I stink like sweat and dog shit and I'm still wearing yesterday's clothes at 2 in the afternoon? And why now, when I'm not even close to figuring out my career shit and I'm nowhere near dating someone?
Does that bandana have bones on it?
They're the first words Allison said to me since our very unamicable breakup just over a year ago, and they're accompanied by a derisive smirk. I'd totally forgotten I was even still wearing the bandana. But yeah, from memory, it's green with little white bones all over it. And the word wolf written over and over. I think it's sexy, Dex says, giving the knot at the back a little tweak. Fuck, I am so glad he's here. My reprieve lasts for a mere nanosecond, though, because then I catch a glimpse of Allison's hand, and in a single instant, I feel all the breath knocked out of me and only manage not to fall over thanks to Deck reaching out to steady me. There's a meteor-sized rock sitting on Allison's left ring finger. It's actually incredible she's able to even still use that arm with the extra weight attached. And an even greater feat that she hasn't managed to blind countless innocent passers-by with the light reflecting off it. So, she's engaged. No doubt to that underwear model she left me for. I'm not jealous. Not of the engagement, at least. But damn it! If there was a winner and a loser in this breakup, that rock pretty much decided it. I blame my next move on my competitive nature. It's the only explanation for the complete brain malfunction that comes over me as I reach out, grab hold of Declan's hand, and then press my body into him, stroking his arm as if it's the most natural thing in the world, as if cuddling up to your gay best buddy isn't totally weird. I feel Dec's body stiffen for a moment before relaxing. He hated Allison even before we broke up, so if there's anyone who'd be on board with me messing with her like this, it's him. You remember Declan, right? I ask Allison. Yeah, of course. She catches sight of our clasped hands and the way we're leaning into each other, and her eyes bug out Roger Rabbit style.
Wait, are you guys...
Yup. I flash her a bright grin. I'm all for the dick now. I swallow cum and everything. It's delicious. Next to me, Declan is shaking with silent laughter while Allison is attempting not to look too horrified. It makes her look constipated. Wow, so you're... Allison swivels her head between me and Declan, eyes still wide. Wow. Yep, Declan says. I'm still having a hard time believing it myself, to be honest.
Is this why you were always so into anal stuff?
Allison blurts out, setting Deck off into another fit of silent laughter. Yeah, that's not really an indicator of anything, I say with an eye roll. The guy at the counter calls out our names, and Declan heads over to collect our order. I watch him as he walks away, mainly so I don't have to look at Allison, and I have to admit, despite how ridiculous the idea of me and Deck actually being together is, I could have done way worse as far as fake boyfriends go. Declan is a total catch. So, wow, Allison says awkwardly, drawing my eyes back to her.
Wow. I mean, I knew you guys were close, but... wow.
I arch an eyebrow at her repeated use of the word wow. This is absolute gold. I wish I'd thought to film it.
Were you guys... I mean, how long has this been going on?
I narrow my eyes at her. If you're asking whether I cheated on you, the answer is no. I wasn't the unfaithful one, is what I don't say, although I can tell she knows what I'm thinking.
But, I mean, you must have known you were gay, right?
I'm not gay, I say firmly. It's not that I have a problem with it, or would hide from it if I were into guys, but I don't want to give her any reason to be let off the hook. I loved her, and she broke me to fucking pieces. Before she can ask me any more probing questions about my sexuality, I ask a more pressing one. So, what are you doing in New York? She runs a hand through her thick red waves, a tell that she's attempting to be casual, but is actually nervous. Oh, Jaden has a shoot here, so I'm tagging along for a couple of days. Before I have time to respond to that, Declan returns with 2 coffees and a paper bag I know will have a chocolate brownie for me. I beam at him. He offers me a sly smile in return, his hand finding its way to my ass. You ready to go, babe? Yup, let's hit it. It's a struggle to keep from cracking up, but I'm guessing being happy in your boyfriend's presence is a normal thing, so if anything, it probably helps us selling more. We say a quick goodbye and exit the coffee place, Deck's hand still firmly on my ass. He removes it once we get outside, and, to his credit, manages to wait until we're at least a few blocks clear before he doubles over in laughter. Oh my god, man, how the fuck did you keep a straight face through that? I flash him a grin. You know I'm cool as a cucumber. I'm surprised you managed to wait it out as long as you did. Pure torture, man. But shit, the look on her face. He shakes his head in amusement. So good. I can't believe she's here. And today of all days. Are you kidding me? Deck's brows furrow. What's she doing here anyway? I thought she was shacked up in L.A. with that model boyfriend of hers. Fiancé, I say through gritted teeth. Didn't you see the rock? Hard to miss. It nearly blinded me. Deck mutters. I let out a huff of wry amusement before my mood turned sour again. Apparently Jaden has a shoot here, and I guess she couldn't live without him for a couple of days. Declan drapes an arm around me and tugs me into his side. Don't worry, man. You're way better off without her. She's the fucking devil. Oh, don't I know it? And hey, looks like I won the breakup. My new boyfriend's way hotter than hers. Declan lets out a bark of laughter as I give his ass a playful tap. Well, thanks for the ego boost. And for that, you get a prize. He hands me the paper bag and I unwrap my treat, taking a big bite and savoring the rich chocolate and hazelnut flavor. Declan shakes his head. I'll never understand how you manage to eat shit like that all day and still look like you do. What? You mean this? I lift my t-shirt to reveal my abs, which I work pretty hard for, thank you very much. I flash a sly grin. Baby, I was born this way. Deck lets out a bark of laughter. You're quoting Gaga now. Sure you're not just a little gay? Whoa! Way to stereotype, man! I hand the brownie to Deck, and he takes a bite before passing it back. So, big Kelly family dinner tonight? I ask, once we're on the subway headed back to Manhattan. Yep, even Aiden's back in town for a few days, so it'll be a full house. Full house is putting it mildly. The Kellys are the most awesome family I've ever met, and they're also the biggest. Declan's parents came over from Ireland in the 70s for what was supposed to be just a fun trip abroad, but ended up with them putting down roots and starting a family. Irish style. Declan's one of 11 kids, and it's safe to say there's never any shortage of chaos at the monthly family dinners. Sounds awesome. Been a while since you all caught up at once, yeah? Yeah. It hasn't been all of us since Christmas. Aiden's been busy with the show, Finn's been up in Connecticut, and Connor's been over in Denver. Hey, why don't you come? You know Mom won't mind. I wish I could, man. And I really mean it. I love spending time with Deck's family. Not to mention Aileen Kelly is one of the best cooks in the world. I promised Lila I'd close up for her tonight. She's got a date with that doctor who's been coming in every week for like the last 4 months. Guy finally got up the nerve to ask her out. Declan smiles. Yeah. I know the one. McDreamy. I fix him with narrowed eyes. Dude, not cool. No drooling over my sister's new guy. We part ways when we get to Declan Station, and I head home for a much-needed shower. Four. Declan. I still have another year of vet school left, and my work at the shelter and various dog walking clients doesn't exactly pay through the nose, so I'm lucky to have a generous brother who lets me freeload off him, at least until I have a proper job and can pay my own way. Aiden's a TV star with his own extreme sports/travel show on the Discovery Channel, which means he's pretty set financially and hardly ever in New York. He claims I'm the one doing him a favor by keeping an eye on his place and always making sure the fridge is stocked for his infrequent visits home. But I know it's the other way around, and I'm incredibly grateful. This week is one of those rare visits, so I'm not surprised to find him lazing on the couch, sipping a beer and watching TV in nothing but a pair of athletic shorts when I return to the apartment after my day with Heath. His blonde hair is all mussed, and there's a couple of days' worth of stubble on his jaw. It's clear he's fighting the effects of the jet lag after landing from Bali this morning. "I hope you're not watching your own show," I say as I dump a bag full of groceries on the counter. "I'm not sure I could handle having a brother that narcissistic." "What are you talking about? You get along fine with Shay." I let out a rumbling chuckle and head to the fridge, grabbing a beer and snapping the cap off before joining Aiden on the couch. "Okay, you may have a point there. Shay is our oldest brother, and while narcissistic might be putting it a little too harshly, the vanity is definitely strong with that one. And I can't say I blame him. At almost 42, he's still in peak shape, and could easily pass for someone 10 years younger. It's definitely something to aspire to. Well, except for the part where he's still a bachelor. I don't want to put a clock on it or anything, but I'm not sure what I'll do if I get to my 40s and still haven't found the right guy. But I guess that's the difference between us. For as long as I can remember, Shay's never been interested in settling down. Me, on the other hand, I can think of nothing better than coming home every night to a husband and kids, and maybe a couple of dogs. "Oh, hey, I bumped into Josh today," Aiden says. "Where?" "Well, actually, bumped into isn't exactly accurate. He actually tracked me down. The place he works? What is it, a preschool? Early Childhood Development Center? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, they're doing a fundraising auction, and he wanted to see if I could donate something." "Will you?" Aiden shrugs. "Of course. It's for the kids." I offer a wry grin. "You know that center is on the Upper West Side, right? Those kids aren't exactly underprivileged." "Whatever. He asked a favor, and I said I'd help." He takes a swig of his beer. "He looked like shit, by the way." "Huh?" "Josh. Just coming off the flu, apparently. Must have been a bad one, 'cause he looked half dead." "Yeah, he was never really one to rest up when he was sick." I turn my attention to the TV, staring fixedly at the David Attenborough documentary Aiden's been watching, as I wait for my brother to bring up the one thing I know he's been sitting on since he first mentioned Josh. Sure enough, he's not seeing anyone. I let out a groan and throw my head back against the couch. Why can't my family just accept that it's over? And he asked how you were. I'm pretty sure he's still interested. I sit up straight, fixing my glare directly at my meddling brother. Okay, stop. Josh and I are over, have been for more than 6 months now. Everyone just needs to accept that and move on. But why? You guys were so good together, and there was so much history. I mean, you've known each other since high school, for God's sake, and wasn't he your first, you know? Okay, seriously, stop and think of the ridiculousness of what you're saying. Are you telling me that because you've known Sarah Lang since high school and she popped your cherry, all of a sudden you're gonna go off and marry her? Okay, no, but that's completely different. I didn't date Sarah for 2 years in my 20s, and also I'm pretty sure she's already married. I let out a long sigh. Look, I know everyone likes Josh. He just wasn't the one. I'm sorry if that inconveniences everyone. I get up from the couch and move to the kitchen, needing space from the conversation, but of course Aiden simply follows after me. Deck, we just want you to be happy. Well then stop trying to get me back with my ex! The frustration pours out of me in droves. He's an ex for a reason, damn it! The gentle sincerity that had marked Aiden's features a moment ago instantly turns into anger. Wait, did he do something? Was he an asshole to you? Is that why you broke up? No, calm down. He's a good guy. We just didn't work. Like I said, he wasn't the one. My parents still live on Staten Island, in the same house we grew up in, and once a month we have a mandatory Kelly family get-together at their place. Well, at least it's mandatory for anyone in the New York area. Tonight, though, we're all here. Aiden's back in town for a visit, my older brother Finn is on summer break from his coaching job at an exclusive boarding school in Connecticut, and my younger brother Connor is in town from Denver for some big architecture conference, which I have to say sounds about as fun as watching paint dry. As soon as Aiden and I walk in the door, I'm tackled by 3-foot of 4-year-old, my brother Liam's youngest, Wyatt, who wraps himself around my legs and looks up at me with an excited, hopeful expression. We're playing Avengers, Uncle Dak! I'm Thor! Wow, really? Thor's my favorite too. He's not really. Bucky's my favorite, but is he technically an Avenger?
Come play with us,
Wyatt begs.
You can be on my team.
In a minute, buddy. Maybe Uncle Aiden can go play now, I suggest, throwing my brother under the bus. He sends me an annoyed glare, but can't refuse Wyatt's pleading eyes and lets the kid lead him through the house to the backyard, where the older kids can be heard playing. Long day? Shay asks with a wry smile, holding a beer out to me the moment I enter the kitchen. You could say that. I snatch the beer from him and take a long swig. Started the morning off cleaning up after sick dogs who wouldn't stop shitting mudslides. Then Heath and I bump into Allison, so that was interesting, and then I get home and Aiden wouldn't get off my case about getting back with Josh. Shay's dark brows shoot up. You're getting back with Josh? I shake my head. No, Aiden wants me to, though. So does Mom, and I'm pretty sure everyone else in this family as well. I don't. You don't? Shay shakes his head and takes a sip of his beer. He wasn't right for you. He's a great guy, but you weren't ever really in love with him, and I think it was the same for him. I ponder Shay's words as I sip at my beer. Josh and I were together for 2 years. I definitely thought I was in love with him, but now that we're broken up, I'm not sure that's actually true.
Boys, I'm sure Da could use some help with the grill.
Mom tells Shay and me as she pushes past us with a bowl of potato salad she's retrieved from the fridge. That's mom speak for get out of my fucking kitchen. So Shay and I dutifully head out back to join Da and the rest of the family, who have gathered in the yard. I give Finn and Connor fierce hugs. It's been months since I've seen either of them. When I move to sit on one of the vacant lawn chairs, my brother Brendan pipes up. What? No hug from me? Dude, I saw you 2 days ago. Needy much? I nevertheless give him a hug. Where's my niece? I demand of my sister Alana once I'm finally sitting down. Are you blind? Liam says with an eye roll. There are 2 of them over there. He motions toward the kids playing, where his 6-year-old Eden and my sister Bridie's oldest, Erin, are running around playing Avengers with the boys. My other niece, I clarify, as if they didn't already know who I was talking about. I love all my nieces and nephews to death, but there's one who holds a particularly special place in my heart, for reasons.
She's been napping, but Haley's just gone up to get her.
As if on cue, Alana's wife, Haley, appears in the yard, holding the most beautiful girl in the world in her arms. I might be a little biased, but what can I say? I played a pretty important part in Leia's creation, after all. About 1.5 years ago, Alana and Haley asked me for a favor. I'm not entirely sure why they chose me out of all us Kelly guys, but they did, and after a fair bit of thought on the issue, I decided I was honored and wanted to help. It took a couple of rounds of IVF and definitely a lot of stress, but it was worth it to end up with this little angel. When Haley reaches the group, she makes a beeline for me and bends to press a kiss to my cheek.
Someone wants to say hi to her Uncle Deck.
I flash a broad smile and take little Leia from Haley's arms. She's 4 months old now, and at the age where everything is absolutely fascinating to her. My beer, my sunglasses, my nose, my hair, it's frickin' adorable. Despite the role I played in getting her here, I know exactly what the boundaries are. She's my niece. I'll always dote on her, and yeah, even if I try really hard not to, I know I'll end up favoring her over the others. But she's my niece, not my kid. And I'm okay with that, because she's got two of the most amazing moms in the world. But holding her, and looking at her, and watching her grow, it makes me hope that one day, not too far away, I'll have this for myself. As is pretty regular for Kelly family gatherings, the crowd stays long after dinner is done with, until the kids have all fallen asleep in laps, Mom's desserts have all been eaten, and the fridge is empty of beer. And, as usual, the conversation gets ridiculouser and ridiculouser. Okay, let's settle this once and for all, Shay calls, waving his beer in the air to get everyone's attention. Haley, you're an impartial judge here, so which of us Kelly guys is the hottest? My sister-in-law lets out a tinkling chuckle and shifts little Leia from one shoulder to the other.
What kind of question is that? You know I'm a lesbian, right?
Shay merely shrugs. So, I'm gay, and I can still tell you are absolutely stunning. This prompts a blush from Haley, while Alana narrows her eyes at my oldest brother.
Hey, stop checking out my wife.
Okay. If I had to choose the handsomest Kelly brother. Haley runs her eyes carefully over the group as if she's seriously considering all the options in front of her.
I'd have to say, Owen.
All eyes turn to the baby of the family, who's blushing furiously at being singled out. Me? Haley nods.
You've got those cute little dimples and those big green eyes. Face of a heartbreaker right there.
This is one of the things I love about Haley. Instead of picking one of us older guys and stroking our egos even further, she's picked shy, unassuming Owen, who I have to admit, objectively speaking, is definitely worth the title. The fact that a lot of people say he looks like a younger, dark-haired version of me has nothing to do with that opinion. At all. But really, none of us is lacking in the looks department, and I'd like to think that we've been equally blessed with brains and personality. That's our family. The whole damn package.
So, does that make me the best-looking girl?
Kate asks.
You know, me and O being twins and all.
Alana rolls her eyes.
It's not like you're identical.
You're all beautiful children, Mom says, echoing my thoughts. Inside and out. Five. Heath.
What are you all smiley about?
I jump at the sound of my sister's voice in the doorway of the office that is technically hers, although I seem to be the one using it most these days. Jesus, woman, wear a bell! I frown at her as I glance up from the laptop I've been staring at. Don't you have a date tonight?
I left my phone here this afternoon. I just stopped by to get it.
I scan my eyes over Lila's outfit. Jeans, a nice top, and sandals. You're not dressed for a date.
He's taken me to Coney Island.
I blink at her a few times. Is he 16?
Shut up, asshole. That's a fun date. Besides, do you think I want to be taken to a restaurant or a bar when I spend my entire life in one?
I guess that's a fair point. About 7 years ago, Lila started a rice bar. A bar/restaurant where everything on the menu features some kind of rice, from sushi to risotto to burritos and beyond. We change the menu regularly and use only organic produce, and as it would happen, Rice Baby has become quite the hit among Manhattan foodies. And I say we, because for the past 18 months, ever since I quit the corporate job that was driving me into the ground, I've been tending bar here and helping out with some of the behind-the-scenes stuff like invoices and orders. It's just a temporary thing until I figure out an actual career plan, but for now, it works okay.
So, are you going to tell me?
She asks distractedly as she roots around in the desk for a phone. Tell you what?
What you were smiling about? I know it's not baseball. The Sox aren't playing till tomorrow. Wait.
She stands up straight, eyeing me with an accusatory glare.
Are you watching porn in here?
No, what? Do you think baseball and sex are the only things that make me happy? She shrugs.
Pretty much.
I also like dogs, especially skateboarding dogs. They make me happy.
Was it a skateboarding dog?
Lila asks, one eyebrow raised. I let out a sigh. Fuck, she's relentless. I may as well just tell her. It wasn't anything I was watching. I was just thinking about something that happened today.
Aw, what was it?
Well, I bumped into Allison. Lila immediately takes a step back, her eyes wide, her dark hair tossing about as she shakes her head furiously.
No! No! Heath, you cannot be thinking of going back to that cheating, lying, backstabbing.
Her face screws up like she swallowed something sour.
Well, you know what word I want to use, but I won't, because I'm a lady.
I let out a huff of wry laughter. Barely? And calm down before you blow a gasket. I'm not planning on going back to Allison. And even if I wanted to, it's not really an option now she thinks I'm gay. Lila's brows shoot into her hairline.
I'm sorry, what? How did that happen?
I scrub a hand through my hair, slightly embarrassed that I'd resorted to the fake relationship bit. She's engaged. The rock's so big it could sink the Titanic. I needed to save face, and Deck was there, so... Lila lets out a burst of laughter.
Oh, please tell me you caught her reaction on tape.
Unfortunately, no. But the coffee place might have surveillance you can check out.
I might just do that.
She slides her phone into her purse and slings that over her shoulder.
Okay, brother, I'm off. Do me a favor and try not to go home with anyone tonight, huh? Your boyfriend probably wouldn't like it.
I crack my eyes open as the sound of ABBA's Does Your Mother Know hits my ears from across the room, where my phone is resting in the pocket of my discarded jeans. I let out a groan and turn over, ignoring the call. I love my mom, but it's too early to get roped into whatever scheme she's cooked up for me. I'll call her back later, once I've had copious amounts of coffee. The ringing eventually ends, but only a moment later it starts up again. What the hell?
Someone's phone is ringing.
The unhappy grumble comes from under a pile of thick dark waves as my bedmate tries to cover her ears. Yeah, Lila wouldn't be happy, but in my defense, I didn't go home with her. She came home with me. Yeah, it's mine, sorry. I scramble out of bed and snatch the phone from my jeans. There must be something wrong if she's not willing to wait for me to call her back. Hey, Mom. I use my free hand to tug on a pair of sweats. So, don't need to be naked while I'm on the phone with my mother. I head into my living room and close the door behind me, allowing Tilly, I think her name is, to get back to sleep.
Hi, baby.
I'm brought up short by her words. She sounds kind of weird, and she only ever calls me baby when she's trying really hard not to upset me. What's up? I ask warily. Everything okay? Did something happen?
Oh, yes, everything's fine. Well, I mean...
Mom?
Oh, Heath, honey. I just wish you felt like you could have told us.
Huh? My brows draw together as I rack my brains trying to figure out what the hell she's talking about. Is Lila in some kind of trouble that I was supposed to blab about?
I just keep going over it, and I don't know,
Mom says, her tone full of, is that disappointment? Or Regret, maybe?
I mean, was there something we did? Something that made you think we wouldn't support you? I hate to think of you being alone with this, baby. And I know it's not supposed to be about me, but I'm your mother, and I hate the idea that you've been hiding this big part of yourself.
Mom, seriously, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, honey, you don't need to lie anymore. I saw Allison's post on Facebook. I know about you and Declan.
Ow! Fuck! I cry out as the shock of my mother's words prompt me to walk into one of my kitchen chairs.
Heath, honey, are you okay?
Yeah, fine. Just stubbed my toe. What were you saying about me and Declan?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm thrilled you found someone. I always thought Declan was such a nice boy and so handsome, but I do wish we hadn't found out from Facebook.
Mom, what do you mean you found out from Facebook?
Allison posted about it. Said she bumped into the two of you.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. She wouldn't. Would she? Hang on a sec, Mom. I need to check this out. Without waiting for my mom's response, I bring up my home screen and open the Facebook app. My eyes almost fall out of their sockets as I see the little red bubble at the bottom telling me how popular I am today. 416 notifications. What the actual fuck? I click on one of the notifications and scroll up to see the original post. And yup, sure enough, not only has Allison mentioned me and Dak, she's tagged both of us, just to make absolutely sure every single person we know sees the post. It's one of those big, bold font ones with a colorful background that no one can possibly miss, and reads, "That awkward moment when you bump into your ex and his new boyfriend! Exclamation point, exclamation point. But seriously, so happy for Heath and Declan. You guys are so cute together. Hashtag love is love."
Heath? Honey?
I hear Mom calling, reminding me she's still on the phone and snapping me out of my staring contest with Allison's post. I can't believe she outed me to all of fucking Facebook, I growl. I realize the ridiculousness of the situation. I mean, can you technically out someone who isn't actually gay? But it's the principle of the thing.
Wait, you're gay?
I hear a shocked voice come from behind me and spin around to see Tilly standing in the doorway of my bedroom, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. Mom, I'll call you back. I end the call before she has a chance to respond.
How can you be gay? You made me come, like, 3 times.
My mouth curves up at her words, and I can't help the sense of pride and satisfaction that rushes through me. Thanks. And I'm not gay. I'm bi. I have no idea why I'm keeping up this pretense with her. It just feels easier than trying to explain the actual situation.
Oh.
She nods knowingly.
This kind of makes sense. I've never been with a guy who's so into butt stuff before.
Seriously? Can a straight guy not enjoy a little anal play once in a while?
And I can't really imagine a straight guy having ABBA for his ringtone.
You're stereotyping. That's not cool. I get Tilly out of my apartment before calling Mom back. Sorry, I had to help a neighbor out with something.
That's okay, hun. Now, your father and I were talking. We'd really like to catch up with you and Declan sometime soon. Maybe you two could come up here for a weekend, or we could come down there. It's been a while since we've seen him, and, well, now that you two are together...
Mom, we're not. It's not that serious. I hedge. And we're both working a lot on weekends, so I'm not sure we can swing it. I should just tell her the truth. But at this point, I'm not sure how much difference that would make. I still have to deal with pretty much every other person I know, and no way can I confess to pretending to date a guy to save face with my ex. What seemed so hilarious yesterday now just seems pathetic. Nope. I'm gonna have to ride this one out. 6. Declan. I'm already up and sitting at the kitchen counter, coffee in hand and laptop open, when Aiden emerges from his bedroom in a zombie-like state. It's clear he's still jet-lagged after his flight from Bali yesterday, and I can't imagine running around with the kids last night did much for his energy stores. "Sleep well?" I ask him with a curve of my lips. He merely grunts in response and pours a coffee from the pot I left heating. He leans against the counter, sipping his coffee and scrolling through his phone, no doubt checking to see what's out there flying around about him on the Twitter sphere, or Instasphere, or whatever other social media sphere he's big on. I love my brother, but damn, he is a whore for attention. A result of being one of 11 kids, I guess, and his career has garnered him a lot of fans. My phone goes off with an incoming call, and I glance at the screen to see a name that makes a smile spread over my face. "Benny, what's up, man?" I ask as I answer the call from my best friend in high school. We might live in different cities now, but we still make a solid effort to keep in touch. "Okay, you gotta tell me how you did it," Ben says by way of greeting. "How I did what?" "Duh! How you managed to turn a straight guy? Seriously, I always thought Heath was as straight as they come. Apparently not." Before I have a chance to respond to this bizarre statement, I see Aiden choking on his coffee from the corner of my eye. "You okay?" I ask, genuinely concerned as he hacks out several guttural coughs and thumps a fist against his chest. He doesn't respond to my question, however, instead turning to me with an incredulous expression. "What the heck, Deck? Since when are you and Heath together?" "Okay, what the fuck?" Before I have a chance to answer either of them, I hear the beeping tone of my cell indicating another call coming through. It's Heath. "Ben, I'll call you back in a sec." "Oh no, man, I need answers." "Sorry, dude. You know how much of a bitch Heath gets when he's left waiting." Ben lets out a soft little chuckle. "All right, then. I'll let you get to your boyfriend, but I want details," he adds quickly before I end the call. "Hey, sweetheart," I say as the call switches over to Heath. "So I guess you saw Allison's post then?" No, but I think Aiden did, judging by the way he's currently staring at me. What did it say?" "It's really the sort of thing you need to see for yourself. Can you log into Facebook?" "Hang on." I bring up Facebook on my laptop and log in, recoiling from the screen when I see the number in the little red bubble indicating the amount of notifications I have. Holy shit! I have over 300 notifications. 300, huh? I had over 400. It's not a competition, babe. Not a close one. It doesn't take long for me to find the post in question, my eyes widening as I read it. Oh, holy fucking shit. Jesus. No wonder Ben got so excited. "Ben called you? This has already reached Texas?" "It's the internet, Heath. It's worldwide." "Oh my god. This is a nightmare." "Calm down. It's not that bad." "Not that bad? Not that bad. I've been outed, and I'm not even gay." I'm trying desperately not to laugh as I let Heath rant on. "How could she do this to me? I mean, I know she's a stone-cold bitch, but this is a new low. I guess she figured you were out. I mean, you weren't exactly shy about stuff." "Hey, I was rubbing my fake happiness in her face," Heath says with a level of indignation that makes a bright smile split across my face. "Fuck, Heath, you told her you swallowed cum." I hear faint cursing behind me and the sound of a door closing as Aiden leaves the room. I feel slightly bad that he's going to struggle to look Heath in the eye the next time they see each other, but oh well. "If I actually did suck dick, then I would totally swallow cum," Heath says. "None of this spitting out shit. You have it in your mouth anyway, so what difference does it make? Besides, cum doesn't taste that bad. At least mine doesn't." Holy fucking shit. You've done that? Once or twice? Jesus Christ. The words leave my mouth in a rush of air, my hand reaching out to grip onto the kitchen counter. Wait, are you? Heath paused for a moment, as if debating whether to ask the question. Did that just turn you on? You're talking about giving head and admitting to tasting your own cum. Of course I'm fucking turned on, I hiss. I'm also kind of freaking out. Because in 10 years of friendship, including years spent sharing the same dorm room at college, I never once felt an inkling of anything more than friendship for Heath. I've always considered him to be just like another brother. But the way my cock is responding to those dirty words is anything but brotherly. Are you hot? He asks quietly. I let my eyes fall closed and make the admission. Yes. You want to jerk off? On the phone? I don't know if that's... Come on. People think we're together now anyway. So, I should probably know what you sound like when you come. What if someone asks me? Why on earth would anyone ask you that? I can practically hear Heath shrugging indifferently as he says, People are nosy. Okay, this is getting weird. Besides, I'm all good now. Turns out yesterday's exploding dog shit incident is a good boner killer. Heath lets out a chuckle. Good to know. What you said? How people think we're together anyway? Does that mean you want to let them keep on thinking that? There's a long pause, and I already know what the answer is before Heath speaks. Would you mind if we did? Just for a little while. You should have heard my mom, Deck. She was so happy. And I don't particularly love the idea of Allison finding out. I just made it up to save face. I let out a soft sigh. Fine. But you know I only do exclusive. So you're gonna have to stop screwing around with every girl that comes into the bar if you want anyone to actually believe we're together. I can do that. Trust me. After that crazy from yesterday, I'm more than happy to take a break from random hookups. Heath and I agree to meet up this afternoon at his place to watch baseball and get our story straight. Once he's off the phone, I turn my attention back to Facebook. I don't really have the energy right now to go through all these notifications. They're probably mostly for Heath anyway. He's the one who came out after all. But I do need to know how my family's reacting to this bombshell. So I close my laptop screen and bring up the WhatsApp app on my phone to check out the family chat. Sure enough, it's been pretty hectic this morning. Shay Kelly. Did you all see the announcement? Looks like Deck's been holding out on us. Screenshot. Alana Martin Kelly.
Declan and Heath?
Connor Kelly. Wait, what? Since when is Heath gay? Aiden Kelly. Well, according to the conversation I just overheard, Heath likes the taste of cum. Gonna go chop my ears off and have my mind wiped now. Aileen Kelly to Kate Kelly.
He could be bi or pan. Those are both legitimate orientations.
Aileen Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly.
Aiden James, this is a family-friendly chat. You'll be banned if you can't keep things clean.
Aiden Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. I was just repeating what I overheard. Liam Kelly. Wait, is this why Declan and Josh broke up? Did Declan cheat on him with Heath? Aileen Kelly replied to Liam Kelly.
Declan would never cheat. He's a good boy.
Alana Martin Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly.
Agreed, but maybe Deck realized how he felt about Heath, and that's why he broke up with Josh.
Aileen Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Maybe you're onto something. Do we know how long Deck and Heath have been together? That would help with the Josh mystery.
Finn Kelly. Their ship name is Death. LOL. Kate Kelly.
The ship of death? That doesn't bode well.
Bridie Coughlin.
Well, I'm happy for them. I think they make a great couple.
Aileen Kelly.
I still want to know how this all came about.
Connor Kelly. I'm still not convinced it's actually real. Aiden Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. I'm telling you, it's real. Connor Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly. I don't know, bro. Your evidence is flimsy at best. You didn't actually see Heath sucking a cock, did you? Aileen Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. Connor Simon! Connor Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. Sorry, Mom. Owen Kelly. What the hell? Just finished my shift and my cell's been blowing up. Is this for real? Deck and Heath? What the fuck? Aileen Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Owen Patrick, language! Kate Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly.
Mom, don't you have anything better to do today than troll WhatsApp and yell at us for swearing?
Aileen Kelly to Kate Kelly.
Actually, your father and I are cleaning out the garage today. Does anyone want any rollerblades? There are at least 5 pairs here.
I closed the conversation without adding anything myself. I know if I do, they'll all pounce on me like hyenas, demanding answers I'm not really able to give right now. But by the looks of things, the idea of Heath and me might not be as tough a sell as I thought it would. Seven. Heath.
So, I had the strangest conversation with Mom earlier today.
Oh God, kill me now. I feel as though this day has already been the longest of my life, and it's barely past noon. I glare at my sister, who's standing behind the bar wearing a Cheshire Cat grin. Did you? I grab a box of alcohol that's sitting on the bar and take it through to the storage area at the back of the building. The escape attempt doesn't work, however. Lila tailing straight after me and prattling on as she goes.
Yes, it was quite interesting. She seems to think you and Deck are actually an item. She said you confirmed it.
I spin around, almost knocking her over with the bulky box. You didn't tell her the truth, did you? Lila rolls her eyes.
Please, I could barely get a word in. She kept going on about a gay wedding special she saw on the Lifetime channel and if I'd ever consider being a surrogate.
Jesus Christ, I mutter under my breath before turning back around and proceeding to the storage room.
Why didn't you tell her the truth, Heath?
Well, first, I could barely get a word in myself. And then, she just seemed so happy. I didn't want to disappoint her again. I set the box down and turned back to my sister. What was I supposed to say? I made it up to stir up Allison? I shook my head. Besides, practically everyone I know has heard about it now. There's no way I'm admitting to all those people I'm pathetic enough to pretend I'm bi just to save face in front of my ex-girlfriend. Lila's mouth is parted in shock. It's blatantly obvious she thinks I'm insane.
So what? You're just gonna go along with it? Pretend you're gay?
Bi, I correct her. And, yeah, I spoke to Deck and he's on board.
So you two are just gonna pretend to be together? For how long?
Just until all the fuss dies down. Then we'll break up and go back to just being friends, I say, lifting my hands to frame the words break up in air quotes. Lila shakes her head, offering another eye roll.
This is insane. There's no way you're gonna pull this off.
Excuse me, are you forgetting I have acting experience?
You were in one school play.
I was the lead. If her eyes rolled any farther, they'd be in the back of her head.
Fine, whatever. Just do me a favor and don't rope me into this thing. I don't want to be lying for you.
You won't have to. Except, maybe just don't mention to anyone the girls I've gone home with over the past couple of months. Deck wants to be exclusive.
Oh, good Lord.
She turns around and sachets back toward the bar.
For what it's worth, Declan is way too good for you, brother.
So, that's another strike and another out for the Red Sox. Damn it! I slam my empty beer bottle against the coffee table and peel myself off the sofa to retrieve a fresh one from the kitchen. Calm down. It's only Boston, Deck says with a chuckle. I'm tempted to throw a beer at him, but I don't want to stain my couch, so I settle for passing it to him on my way back to the seat. Okay, I just worked out the reason for our fake breakup. No way could I actually date a Mets fan. Be grateful it's not the Yankees, Deck says. Besides, if we're breaking up over sport, it's going to be your insistence that American football is a superior game to rugby. It is a superior game to rugby. Is it played at the Olympics? Is there a World Cup? No. Rugby is a world game. American football is just American. No one from outside this country even understands it. And no one inside this country understands rugby, except your crazy family. We suddenly both burst into fits of laughter, and once we've settled down, I take the pen and pad we've got sitting on the coffee table and start writing. You win, I tell Deck. The rugby versus football argument will definitely be the end of us as a couple. It's definitely the most believable. Deck agrees, taking a sip of his beer. Now we need to figure out how and when we actually got together. Well, maybe you've known for a while I'm bi. I mean, it would make sense for me to tell you first. You being my best friend and gay and all. Declan nods. Sounds plausible. When did you tell me? I scratch my chin with the end of the pen. Like, about a year ago? Yeah, that could work. Alana has a theory that I broke up with Josh because I started having feelings for you, so maybe we could steer into that. I put a hand to my chest. Well, damn! And here I was, just walking around, being all charming and sexy, never realizing the true destructive powers of my appeal. Okay, you done? He flashes a wry smile. We need to make sure everything lines up, so have you given any details to anyone? Well, Lila knows the actual story. I told her what happened with Allison yesterday, so she was on to us from the start. She'll keep a lid on it, though. Apart from that, it's just Mom. I told her I'm bi and that this thing with us is fairly recent. Hasn't stopped her from making plans for our wedding, though. Or babies, apparently. Well, at least it's nice to know she's rooting for us. Give it time, babe. Trust me, you'll regret that statement. Deck's brows shoot into his hairline. Did you just call me babe? You know there's no one here, right? Of course I know that. I'm going full Daniel Day-Lewis on this role and staying in character at all times, so there's less chance of a slip-up when it actually matters. You should do it as well. Okay, dear. I give a firm shake of my head. Yeah, I don't think so. Deck lets out a huff of laughter. Pet? Sweetie pie. Honey bear. Okay, I'm adjusting our reason for breaking up. I can't imagine anyone not taking my side if I dump you for using one of those ridiculous pet names. Deck grins and takes a long sip of his beer. Yeah, you're probably right there. Better keep it boring then, babe. I nod my approval. Good. Now, moving on. I think we're pretty sorted as far as when this started. Deck tips his head to the side. Are we, though? I feel like we're gonna need something a little more definitive than fairly recent. Okay, fair point. Oh, how about my birthday? I suggest. We got drunk, one thing led to another, and it was about 2 months ago, so the right time frame. Declan nods. Sure, we'll go with that. I add it to the list we're making on the legal pad and take another sip of my beer before turning back to Declan. Okay, now we need to figure out what we're actually like as a couple. Do you still snore? Dude, I do not snore. Are you serious right now? For 4 years of college, it was like a garbage truck was permanently parked outside our window. Declan narrows his eyes at me. Okay, fine. Do you still have trouble replacing the toilet paper roll? I shrug. Well, I'm the only one who lives here, so obviously it gets replaced when I need it. Write it down. And write down that I like to cook breakfast for us when we have mornings together. That'll be a nice touch. Why are you the one making breakfast? I ask, even as I write down a suggestion. I could make breakfast. You can make cereal, babe. That doesn't count. Okay, Jamie Oliver. I look forward to eating this gourmet fare you're going to be cooking up, I say with a shake of my head, as I keep adding things to the list. I'm not. Wait, we had sex in Aiden's walk-in shower? Declan reads from over my shoulder. What the hell? Why are you putting that on there? Have you seen my shower? It's not exactly made for 2 people. Definitely not 2 guys. Trust me, if we're having shower sex, it's in Aiden's walk-in. But why do we need to write something like that down? Who's gonna ask us about that? I shrug. People are nosy. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. Okay, let's talk positions. Heath, jeez! No one's gonna ask us what position we do it in. Positions, I clarify, emphasizing the S. Come on, baby, you know we like to mix things up. Jesus Christ. Declan rubs a hand over his face, but I can see the corner of his mouth twitching upward. Look, you're probably right. It's highly unlikely anyone will ask us any of this stuff. But if I'm going to be pretending to be having sex with a man, I should at least know what the positions are. I mean, I'm assuming they're different, right? Well, I actually don't know what the head positions are, but yeah, I guess they'd be different. But we're still not talking about this now. You really want to know the literal ins and outs? You can get online and look it up for yourself. I'm about to call him on his complete lack of helpfulness, but my attention is caught by the action on the TV. Go! 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 Run! Run! Ah, damn it! Eight. Declan. Heath Kaplan. So, I'm doing what you suggested and researching gay sex positions online. Me. That wasn't my suggestion. Heath Kaplan. There are a lot of them. Do you do all of them? Heath Kaplan. Are gay guys magically flexible? Heath Kaplan. Some of these look really complicated. I let out a loud bark of laughter as I read the texts pinging through on my phone. Fuck, I'm glad I'm alone right now and not on the subway or something. Me. No, dumbass, we don't do all of them. At least I haven't. Have you done the entire Kama Sutra? Heath Kaplan. What's your favorite position? Is he fucking kidding me? Me. I'm so not answering that. Heath Kaplan. Come on! I'm your boyfriend. I should know this. I rub a hand over my face, debating whether or not to continue down this road. The fact is, though, once Heath gets something into his head, he's like a dog with a bone. I can't see any way of heading him off at this point. Me. Oh, fine. I love anything where I can go deep. I'm hoping that might be the end of this ridiculous conversation, but of course it's not. Heath Kaplan. Go deep? So, does that mean you're a top? Me. Jesus Christ. Heath Kaplan. It's Heath, actually. Me. Fucking smartass. Okay, fine. Yes, generally I prefer to top. Every now and then I like to take it, but yeah, generally speaking, I prefer pitching to catching. Heath Kaplan. Well, I just added some words to my gay slang dictionary, so thank you. Heath Kaplan. I think if I was gay, I'd like cowboy best. I stare at the words that have just popped up on my screen, pretty sure I'm having a stroke of some kind. That's not. He couldn't. Is he saying, "Oh"? I shake my head to try and clear the thoughts from my mind. It's bad enough I got hard when he mentioned swallowing cum the other day. I don't need to be thinking about the idea of Heath riding dick. Fucking hell, now all I can think about is Heath riding dick. My dick. Oh, fucking Jesus, get a grip, Kelly. That's not even what he meant. I decide I need to write something back so he doesn't think I've gone all weird. And after a few minutes of straining my brain, which admittedly has short-circuited a bit since that last text, I come up with this. Me. It doesn't surprise me that you'd be happy to just lay there and let someone else do the work. Stuck-out tongue emoji. My stomach growls loudly, and I realize I only have about 45 minutes before I have to head out for a dog walking appointment. Better make myself some lunch if I don't want to keel over out in the heat. I'm in the kitchen putting together a sandwich when I hear my cell ringing from where I left it on the sofa. I don't have different ringtones for basically everyone in my contacts like Heath does, but there's still no doubt in my mind who the caller is even before I get over to the sofa to check. Sure enough, it's Heath's name flashing up on the screen. "You think you know me so well, don't you?" he says as soon as I answer. "Don't I say with a chuckle. He lets out a little grunt of annoyance before changing the subject. Hey, I realized something. We're not official. Huh? Like on Facebook and Insta and stuff. I mean, everyone knows because of stupid Allison's post, but we haven't actually confirmed anything. We need to do that. I scrunch up my face, trying to understand his words. You mean like make a statement? More like post a cute picture of us on Instagram, Heath clarifies. Huh. Okay, well, I think I've got a few of us on my phone. We can pick one of them. No, it needs to be a coupley one, with us all cuddled up together and me kissing your cheek or something. That's oddly specific. I researched some hashtags on Instagram, and those are the type of photos couples post. So, can I come over for the shoot? Actually, I'm about to head out for an appointment with a Cocker Spaniel and 2 Jack Russells in Greenwich Village. Okay, sweet. I'll meet you there, and we can walk 'em together. Seriously? Yeah, it'll be fun. Like our first date. I chuckle at that, and then a thought occurs to me. Hey, what did we do on our first date? Did we work that out? Well, we've been keeping this on the down low, so we've mainly been staying in. You know, lest the sudden urge to rip each other's clothes off overwhelms us. I let out a loud bark of laughter. Wait, did you just use the word lest? Your boyfriend's a classy fucker, babe. You know this. I give Heath the address of the house for my first stop in Greenwich Village, the owner of the Cocker Spaniel, and an hour later, we meet outside. He's dressed in black basketball shorts and a gray sleeveless t-shirt, and on his head is a backward Red Sox cap. I must have seen him wearing an outfit like this hundreds of times, but for some reason today, I can't help noticing the way his top shows off his biceps, or the way his ass looks in those shorts. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with me? This is ridiculous. It's not like I didn't already know he's attractive. It's just being attracted to him. Yeah, that's a completely different story. Once we finished walking the dogs and returned them to their owners, Heath turns to me. Okay, baby, it's showtime. He hands me his phone and wraps his arms around me as if it's a completely natural thing for us to do. I hold out my arm and snap a selfie of us, with me smiling and him kissing my cheek. And yeah, it's actually pretty cute. Heath takes his phone back and opens up Instagram. I read over his shoulder as he types out the post. That awkward moment when your ex outs you on Facebook. Lucky I got such amazing family and friends, and of course, this incredible guy by my side. Shrug emoji, rainbow flag emoji, heart emoji. Hashtag whoops, hashtag stuff happens, hashtag making lemonade, hashtag love this guy, hashtag official, hashtag love is love, hashtag instagay, hashtag queer life, hashtag LGBTQ. Wow. Passive-aggressive much? I ask, observing Heath's dig at Allison. He shrugs. Just telling the truth, babe. That was a supremely awkward moment. And, besides, she might not even see this. It's not like I'm tagging her. He posts the picture and turns to me with a smile. Okay, babe. We are officially official. When we get back to my place, I make an immediate beeline for the fridge, grabbing a beer for each of us. My phone pings with a text, and I fish it out of my pocket to see if it's from my buddy Ben, who's now living in Texas. Heath sees me frowning at the texts and asks, What is it? Who's it from? It's Ben. I hold the phone out to him so he can read the text. Ben Ryland. It's fake, isn't it? Okay, well, I guess not everyone bought our Instagram story, Heath says. Can I write back to him? I shrug and pass Heath my phone, peering over his shoulder so I can see what he's sending. Heath, as me. I'm not sure. He's killed anyone who's ever asked about it. Ben Ryland. What? Heath, as me. I'm assuming you were referring to Shay's hair. I let out a little snort of laughter upon reading that, but I'm cut off by another text. Ben Ryland. You and Heath, asshole. You're just pretending to date. Heath, as me. Nice try, asshole, but I'm not sending proof. No one sees my man naked but me. Ben Ryland. And all the girls he's banged. Heath, as me. Bi-erasure's not cool, man. Heath, are you kidding? You can't send something like that to Ben. He merely waves me away. Ben Ryland. Dude, you can't say that to me when I'm bisexual. Heath. As me. Yeah, and you of all people should get it's not black and white. Heath. As me. You're bi with a preference for guys. Heath is bi with a preference for girls. Wow, you've really done your research on this, haven't you? Heath's lips curve up in a wry smirk. I told you I would, and you thought it wouldn't be necessary. Ben Ryland. How did this happen, anyway? Heath. As me. How does anything like this happen? Alcohol. Lots of alcohol. Hey, can I take the wheel now? Heath shrugs and hands me my phone. Sure, have at it. Me. So, how's Austin? Ben Ryland. Fucking hot, but good. Me. And Noel? How's that going? Ben Ryland. Great. We're moving in together next month. Me. Dude, that's awesome. Congrats. Ben Ryland. Thanks, man. I gotta go, but I still want proof of some kind before I'm totally sold on this Heath thing. Doesn't need to be naked proof, but I need something. Me. He likes riding cowboy. He likes the taste of cum. Do you want me to go on? Ben Ryland. Yeah, no thanks. That'll do, pig. I toss my phone down and join Heath on the sofa. Crisis averted. You want to watch something? Yeah, you can pick. I've got the remote in hand and am just scrolling through the Netflix menu when we hear the sound of the front door opening, and suddenly I have 180 pounds of Heath slamming into me from across the couch, his elbow hitting me right in the chest. Ow! What the fuck are you doing? I hiss, rubbing at my chest. Duh! Snuggling! Quick, put your arm around me. I roll my eyes, but oblige him by throwing my arm around him and drawing him to my side, just as Aiden enters the living room. He stops short when he sees Heath and me cuddled up on the couch, his gaze flicking between the two of us and narrowing in suspicion. Why do you two look all sheepish and out of breath? What the fuck were you doing on my couch? Nothing! Heath and I answer in unison. 9. Heath. I'm not entirely sure why, but ever since I started researching gay sex, I've become curiouser and curiouser. I'm sure it's all just part of me wanting to play this role really well. I have an acting background after all. But still, it's a little unexpected. I decided not to tell Deck that he'd actually gotten things the wrong way round when I mentioned the cowboy position, because I wasn't entirely sure what he'd make of that. I figured it was just easier to let it go. We all know by now I like butt play. The prostate is a magical place that makes dreams come true, sue me. And yes, I have been pegged before. And it was awesome. I only did it once, and the only reason there was never a repeat is because Allison thought it was weird. Should have seen the red flag right there. But that one time we did it, I was straddling her. And let me tell you, getting butt-fucked by a 7-inch dildo while you're staring at your girlfriend's tits? That's the dream. But as much as I loved that experience, I've never had the desire to have an actual, real cock up my ass. If I ever did have that desire, though, I'm pretty confident I'd enjoy riding it. Yeah, thoughts have definitely taken an unexpected turn recently. When I get home from a session at the gym, I decide it's time for another round of gay Q&A with Declan. Even though I can't actually see him when we're texting, I know exactly how flustered and awkward it makes him, and it's hilarious. Me. So, do we go bareback or use condoms? Declan Kelly. Jesus, Heath, I'm with Leia. Me. She can read already? Damn. You must have some superhuman swimmers there, babe. Declan Kelly. Hardy har. Me. Answer the question. Declan Kelly. Condoms. We're not quite at that place yet, and you were sleeping around a lot before we got together, so definitely condoms. Me. Ouch. Are you calling me a slut? Declan Kelly. Pretty much. Stuck out tongue emoji. Me. I guess that's fair. So, How far in do we ditch the condoms? Declan Kelly. I don't know. I've never done that with anyone before. Me. Seriously? Not even with Josh? Declan Kelly. Seriously? Me. Wow. Shocked emoji. Me. Okay, new question. Is sword fighting actually a thing? Declan Kelly. Okay, Leia's diaper needs changing, and astonishingly, that is actually more appealing to me than another round of Gay 101, so bye! Poop emoji. Me. I'm taking that as a yes, and also an admission that you like to partake. If Declan's my best friend, and the most important person in my life, then my grandpa is a close second. It probably sounds a bit weird, a 28-year-old being bros with an 80-year-old, partially blind guy, now living out his days in a retirement home. But seriously, my grandpa is awesome. When my Grams died 5 years ago, Mom tried to convince him to move up to Boston to be close to her, but there was never a chance in hell he'd leave his beloved New York. Fortunately, Lila and I were well and truly settled in the city by that stage, and even though neither of us could offer him a place in our homes like Mom could, we make an effort to visit him on a regular basis. Besides, I think this is actually better for him, if I'm being honest. He's made friends here, and he flirts with the nurses. This is definitely his home now. How's that lady friend of yours doing? I ask him when I go to visit a few days after what will be forever known as the Facebook incident. Clara? Yeah, she's still around. I'm teaching her how to play poker. She's not very good. She's taken a long time to get a grasp on it. I offer him a knowing smile. Or maybe she's pretending not to understand, so she gets to spend more time with you. His blue eyes glimmer with amusement. You could be right. I'm quite a catch. That you are, Gramps. He sits back in his recliner chair and sends me a probing look from the corner of his eye. So, the Red Sox lost again, I saw. Gonna be a long season for you, kid. Still plenty of time to turn it around, Gramps. Don't you worry. If there's one thing my grandpa loves more than watching the Yankees win, it's watching the Red Sox lose. It must have damn near broken his heart when my mom brought my dad home to meet the parents when they started dating. So, what's new with you, kid? I'm a little surprised at the question. I thought he would have heard about me and Declan, considering how excited Mom was about the whole thing. I wonder if Mom's worried about how I'll react. For the record, he won't care one bit if he thinks I'm dating a guy, or if maybe he does know, but is waiting to hear it from me. I don't really want to lie to him, but I don't want to go into the whole fake boyfriend thing either, so I decide to just keep quiet on the whole topic. It's only when I search my brain for a non-Declan related topic that I realize just how little I have going on in my life. I used to have a fast-paced life with long work hours and lunch meetings and corporate dinners and schmoozing clients and business trips. And I left all that for a reason. It was killing me. I may have been great at my job, but the lifestyle that came with it was running me into the ground. And now that I have time and the freedom to decide how I'm going to spend it, it seems the vast majority of it is spent with Deck, or talking to Deck, or texting with Deck. We've always been really close, but since I quit my job, and in particular since things ended with Allison, we've become nigh on inseparable. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just strange to think I'm only realizing all this now. I saw Allison the other day, I tell Grandpa, finally landing on a non-Declan topic, albeit one that brings a scowl to my grandpa's face. I hope you gave her a kick in the shin from me. He growls. I chuckle at the oddly specific request. No, sorry, I didn't really get the chance. And also, I'd prefer not to be arrested for assault. Assault? Pfft! That wouldn't cut it for assault in my day. He grumbles, referencing his career in the NYPD. These days, you can bump into someone on the sidewalk and they call it assault. I think you might be exaggerating a bit there, Gramps. On the way home from visiting Grandpa, I get my phone out and see there's still no reply from Declan. Of course there isn't. Me. Silence will also be taken as an admission. Declan Kelly. Oh, FFS. Fine. Yes, sword fighting is a thing. No, I haven't actually done it. Me. Why not? It seems like a waste of a golden opportunity. Declan Kelly. Because when I'm naked with a guy, there are about 1,000 other things I'd rather be doing than standing around slapping our dicks together. 10. Declan. We've been keeping up this fake boyfriend ruse for a week now, and as far as I know, everyone is buying the shit we're selling. But tonight's gonna be our real test. It'll be our first big event as a couple. It's Shay's birthday, and my entire family, with the exception of Connor, who's back in Denver, will be there in all their inquisitive glory. You ready for this, babe? I ask Keith as we approach the bar Shay's picked for his celebration. As I'll ever be. I clasp his hand in mine, trying to ignore how right it seems to fit. Get a goddamn grip, Kelly. We enter the bar together. It's a pretty casual place with pool tables and an old-fashioned jukebox. There's even an old Pac-Man machine against the far wall. I spy the birthday boy and a few of my other siblings hovered around one of the pool tables. So, with Heath's hand still clasped in mine, I lead the way through the bar toward the firing squad. We're greeted with hugs and pats on the back, and Heath lets go of my grip so he can shake hands with Shay and my other brothers. I rub my hand on my jeans-clad thigh, trying not to analyze why it suddenly feels empty. I spot my brother's best friend, Blake, hanging at the other side of the pool table and go say hi. I used to have the biggest crush on this guy growing up. He is seriously hot and a genuinely sweet guy, so I don't think anyone could blame me. But unfortunately for 15-year-old me, he's not gay and also 15 years older than me, even if he doesn't look it. Also, he spends most of his time in California because he's an uber-rich tech developer, so our love was definitely doomed from the start. So, when do you go back out west? I ask Blake after we've been chatting for a while. He lifts his beer to his lips and takes a long sip. Actually, I'm not. I'm staying in New York. My brows shoot up in surprise. Seriously? Shay joins us, slapping Blake on the shoulder. Deck, you are looking at a retired man. Seriously, I repeat, having extreme difficulty comprehending those words. It's not as though Blake couldn't afford to retire. He's a fucking billionaire, for God's sake. But as long as I've known him, his life has pretty much been work, work, work. I never picked him for the kind of guy to hang it all up at 43. Blake offers a dry smile. Not exactly. I've sold the company and I'm just taking some time to figure things out. Wow, that must be a bit of an adjustment. Oh, definitely. I still wake up at 5 every morning and go through the whole routine. It's not until like 6:30 it occurs to me I don't actually have to be anywhere. So what are you going to do with all your free time? I ask curiously. He lets out a breath of laughter. At the moment, playing a lot of video games. I feel an arm slide around my waist as Heath sidles up close to me. I smile at him. I hope they're not grilling you too hard. He shrugs. Nothing I can't handle. He takes the beer I'm grasping and brings it to his lips, taking a long pull. And of course my eyes can't help noticing the way his throat works as he swallows. Fucking Jesus! Get a grip, you idiot! The night wears on, and the crowd, which consists mainly of my siblings and Shay's rugby buddies, grows rowdier. And, of course, the more people drink, the more inquisitive they get.
So, did you really not know you were bi?
Kate asks Heath.
Is this why you and Josh broke up?
Alana asks me. Be honest. All that time you spent rooming together in college, are you seriously saying nothing ever happened? Finn demands. And it goes on. Fortunately, Heath and I are able to field all of the questions expertly, thanks to the prep work we've already done. We agreed before coming here tonight that we'd keep our alcohol intake low to avoid any drunken slip-ups, And judging by how ridiculously all my siblings are behaving, that was definitely a good call. Once we're done fielding what feels like at least 100 intrusive questions, I push Heath over to a private corner at the back of the bar where we can talk without being overheard. So, how do you think we're going? He asks. I think we've got pretty much everyone fooled, but Shay might be a problem. He's been honing his gaydar for like 25 years. Maybe we should let him in on the game. Heath shakes his head vehemently. Hell no! It's bad enough that Lila knows. We just need to up our game. Do something to convince him this is the real deal. I doubt he'll be convinced unless he sees us making out or something. Okay, then we should kiss. Heath suggests with a shrug. My stomach does a sudden dip of anticipation. If someone had asked me even just a week ago if I'd ever considered kissing Heath, I'd have laughed. But now I really kind of want to. Kissing a straight guy, though, that never ends well. Are you sure you're cool with kissing a guy? Heath waves a dismissive hand. Please, you're looking at the lead in Smithfield High's senior class production of Romeo and Julian. My mouth falls open in surprise. Your school did Romeo and Julian? And you actually kissed? Heath frowns. Well, actually, the kiss ended up being cut out of the final production because of sensitivity issues, he says, raising his hands to form air quotes. But still, we had to practice. I had to kiss Garrett Lyons 3 times. He always tried to sneak in tongue. He was like a freaking ninja kisser. I suddenly want to track down this Garrett Lyons and key his car. Fuck, what is wrong with me? Okay then, if you're comfortable with it, I guess we'll get any doubters off our case. God, this is such a bad idea. He offers me a wry smirk. Let's do it. Well, what am I going to say to that? Give me a break, I'm only human. I reach out to cup my hand around the back of his neck, and then I lean in. Here we go, then. Just like play rehearsal, I say. The second our lips touch, it's like fireworks. Fucking hell, I'm screwed. "11. Heath. It's nothing like play rehearsal. I wasn't grossed out kissing Garrett. It was part of my role, after all. But I didn't actually enjoy it either. But this kiss, this is different. Declan's one hell of a kisser, and the longer this goes on, the less it seems to matter that he's my best friend. Or that he's a guy. My dick definitely doesn't seem all that bothered by the distinction. We finally break apart from each other, and I'm left feeling kinda dizzy. That was, well, not like I expected. At all. Better than Garrett Lyons? He asks with a cocky grin. Yeah, you could say that. He lets out a little huff of laughter. Well, that acting background is paying off. You actually look like you're turned on right now. Probably because I am turned on right now, I hiss. I can feel my cheeks burning, but I'm too worked up to care all that much. What the hell, Deck? Do you have, like, magic lips or something? His brows shoot up. Seriously? You were really into that? Yeah, seriously. I'm fucking hot as a rock right now, man. His eyes widen for a moment, and then his lips curve into a half grin. And then his hand is at my groin, palming my dick. Fuck. I push the word out through clenched teeth. Fuck, you're not kidding. Jesus, Deck, you're gonna kill me. He chuckles and pulls his hand away. I slump back against the wall. My eyes fall in closed as I try to think of spiders and flesh-eating bacteria and moldy food, but seriously, all I can think of right now is Deck's hand on my dick. His fingers opening the zipper of my jeans, pulling my cock out, jacking me till I come all over his hand. Fuck, that's normal, right? Fantasizing about your best friend jerking you off? Yeah, I bet that's totally normal. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being a completely normal situation for best friends to find themselves in, 10 being the opposite, where does grabbing my junk fit in? Declan lets out a breath of laughter. I don't know, 5 maybe? I finally managed to open my eyes to find him studying me with open amusement. The fucker! I narrow my eyes at him, and he merely smiles back. It's those damn lips, I swear. They must have magical properties or something. There has to be something to explain this reaction. There has to be a reason why my best friend's kiss just sent me into a spiral of complete and utter neediness. Those damn lips! And even now, all I want to do is feel him on me again. Taste his kiss again. I've never been great at self-control, so, without really thinking about what it could mean, about where we are, about who is watching, or about whether he even wants it, I reach out and tug him towards me. He's surprised, but that lasts no more than a millisecond before he takes control, wrapping one of his large hands around the base of my neck and devouring my mouth. His large, strong body molds against mine, and it's unlike anything I've ever experienced before. It should freak me out. But it doesn't. It's heady. Giving up control like this feels amazing, and I can't help it. I just want more. You okay? Declan breathes into my ear as his greedy kisses move to my neck. Why wouldn't I be? I managed to rasp out. Just checking. This is a bit more than play rehearsal. To demonstrate just exactly how okay with this situation I am, I take one of his hands and place it against my straining erection. I groan as he rubs my dick and tug his mouth back to mine for another scorching kiss. We should probably stop, Deck says, and I can hear the reluctance clear in his voice. Why? I sound like a petulant child, but fuck if I care right now. Declan's breath heats my neck as he lets out a soft chuckle. Because we're in a crowded bar, and I'm about 2 seconds away from coming in my jeans. Let's go somewhere more private, I suggest. Come on, you're not going to leave me hanging, are you? Declan pulls away from me. His green eyes scan in my face as though searching for the right decision in my features. Finally, I see his mouth curl up in a smile. He reaches out and clasps my hand in his, and then we're weaving our way through the crowd toward the dimly lit hallway that houses the restrooms. It's all a blur as we push our way into the men's room and claim one of the stalls. And then his lips are on me again, and I can feel the hard length of his dick pressed against mine as our bodies mold together. What do you want? Deck murmurs. Fuck, I can barely think with the way his hands are running over my skin, underneath my shirt, and the way our cocks are rubbing together, bringing me closer and closer to self-combustion. I just want to get off. I finally managed to get out. Do you want my mouth? Yes, fuck yes. I've barely even answered, and Deck is already on his knees, unfastening my jeans and pulling out my cock, just as I'd envisioned earlier. His hands on me feel better than I could have possibly imagined, and when he swipes his tongue over the tip, it takes every ounce of willpower I possess not to come then and there. My head falls back against the stall wall as he takes me farther into his mouth, one of his large hands working the base of my cock. Fuck yes, so good. He takes me even deeper, and I just about see stars. Amazing doesn't even cut it. Unfucking believable would be more accurate. I'm completely aware that it's Declan doing this to me. It hasn't even occurred to me to try to pretend like it's some random girl sucking me off and not my best buddy, probably because all my brain cells have officially died. Future Heath can deal with whatever existential crisis this might cause, 'cause right now I just want to enjoy this epic blowjob. I'm so close to coming, but I know there's something else I need. Something that will take this from epic to truly mind-blowing. Finger, I say with a groan. Give me a finger. I'm not sure if it's a laugh or a groan, but I feel it vibrating around my dick and it almost makes my request moot. I hold off, though, and get a slight reprieve when Deck pulls off my dick to suck on one of his fingers. A moment later, his mouth is back on me as he reaches around and pushes one thick, slicked-up finger into my body. I feel the pressure build as he slowly works my hole, pushing in and out and driving me fucking crazy. And for the first time in my life, I wonder what it would feel like to have a cock up there. The thought is fleeting, however, because the second the tip of Deck's finger brushes over my prostate, my mind becomes a scrambled mess and I can barely manage to get out a warning before my climax overtakes me and I shoot down Declan's throat. He takes it all, lapping up every last drop like it's the best thing he's ever tasted. Fuck, that's hot. And when I'm finally done, and my senses return to me, I register something else. Declan has his own cock out and is furiously jerking himself. I watch, mesmerized as his hand runs over the thick length of his uncut dick. Watch his face tense up as he reaches his climax. Watch him spurt into his waiting hand. The whole thing sends a thrill through me. The idea that he was so turned on from sucking me that he had to get himself off right there on his knees is doing big things for my ego. And yes, there's a tiny voice that's telling me I shouldn't be finding the image of my best friend jerking off so fucking sexy, but considering I just had my dick in the guy's mouth, I'm pretty sure the horse has left the barn in terms of what I shouldn't find hot. I hand Declan a wad of toilet paper, and he wipes up the mess on his hand. Then he puts his cock away and gets to his feet. He looks at me, a teasing glint in his green eyes. So, finger in the ass, huh? Shut up. Straight guys are entitled to prostate pleasure, too. His face breaks into a broad grin. Of course. And are straight guys entitled to getting sucked off by other guys? I don't smile back. I can't even return the eye contact, instead averting my gaze to the wall behind him as I say, I'm not really ready to answer that question just yet. Hey. He takes a gentle hold of my jaw and tilts my head so I have no choice but to look at him. It doesn't have to mean anything. Yes, it does. Reality has well and truly set back in, and I'm overwhelmed by the awareness of what I've just done. Even more alarming is the fact I still want to kiss him. I want to do it all again. Hell, I want to do more. But I'm not ready to admit that out loud just yet. So, instead, I take the out Deck has given me. I paste on a smile and nod in agreement. Of course. It's just all part of the fake boyfriend thing. We'll really be able to sell it now that I've come down your throat. I can tell Declan knows I'm bullshitting. We've been friends for a decade after all. But he lets me off the hook, simply offering a smile and a nod of his head. Exactly. 12. Declan. Shay Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. Harder evidence as requested. Photo. Connor Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. I in no way requested a pic of my brother making out with someone. Shay Kelly to Connor Kelly. You had your doubts about them. I'm just clearing it up for you. Connor Kelly to Shay Kelly. I don't know. I still think this is too weird to be true. Alana Martin Kelly.
They are actually so totally sweet together. I'm starting to think it's weird it didn't happen earlier.
Kate Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Agreed. They actually seem really great together. I could do without the public displays, though. They actually seemed about 2 seconds from just going at it right there in the bar in front of everyone.
Alana Martin Kelly to Kate Kelly.
It's called passion, Caitlin, and I think it's sweet.
Kate Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Easy for you to say. You guys had already left by then. You didn't need to witness it.
Liam Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Oh, don't even start, little girl. They moved it to the so-called privacy of the restroom, and newsflash Declan, those stalls aren't soundproof. Kate Kelly replied to Liam Kelly.
Why didn't you just leave?
Liam Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Are you kidding me? I was midstream when I realized what was going on. Do you know how hard it is to stop peeing midstream? Especially after a couple of drinks? Declan Kelly replied to Liam Kelly. Well, I owed you one after the trauma of witnessing you screwing Lisa Herbert on the downstairs couch when you were supposed to be babysitting. I let the hand clutching my phone fall back onto the mattress and sink my head farther back into my pillow, closing my eyes for a moment, a small smile curving at my lips. Memories of last night fly through my head like a movie reel, and my smile grows even brighter. I kissed Heath last night. I sucked him off. I made him come. I know it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Sure, he wanted me last night, but that doesn't mean he's all of a sudden decided he's gonna play for the other team. For all I know, he was fantasizing about a woman while I was going down on him last night. And that thought has pretty much killed my buzz. I'm about to drag myself out of bed and go in search of coffee when my phone pings with a text. I check it to see it's from Heath. Heath Kaplan. Photo. My eyes almost bug out of their sockets at the image that's popped up on my screen. The buzz that was killed a moment ago? Yeah, it's back in full force, along with a raging hard dick. Me. Did you just send me a dick pic? Heath Kaplan. Should I be worried that you need confirmation that's a dick? Me. LOL. More wondering why. Heath Kaplan. Thought you should take a look at your handiwork. Me. My handiwork? Heath Kaplan. Yep. Woke up like this. Me. You're blaming me for your morning wood. Heath Kaplan. I was dreaming about your mouth on me. And I thought my dick couldn't possibly get harder. Me. You liked it? Heath Kaplan. You were there, weren't you? I hesitate for a moment, but then decide to just be honest. He's being completely forthright with me, after all. Me. I liked having my mouth on you. Heath Kaplan. Are you rubbing it right now? Me. Maybe. I'm totally rubbing it right now. Heath Kaplan. And thinking about last night? Me. Maybe. And I'm totally thinking about last night. Heath Kaplan. I want to see. Send me a pic. I blink a few times at the text, unsure if I'm reading the words correctly or if I'm in some kind of jerking off haze. Me. You want a pic of my cock? Heath Kaplan. Yup. Me. You sure? Heath Kaplan. Send the fucking pic, baby. I want to see what I'm doing to you. Well, damn. There's no way I can refuse a request like that, so I switch over to my camera app and take a picture of my hand wrapped around my throbbing dick. Before I can think better of it, I send it through to Heath. I don't get a reply to that, and it makes me worry that maybe I've gone too far. Sure, he asked for a picture, but shouldn't I have known that might freak him out? Just as I'm starting to get really worried, my phone pings again. Heath Kaplan. Photo. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a picture of his chest. Covered in cum. Heath Kaplan. Your fault. Well, damn. Someone seems chipper this morning. Shay observes when I join him, Blake, and Brendan at the basketball courts in Central Park for a game of 2-on-2. And yeah, there might be a small spring in my step thanks to my morning sexting session, along with the memories of last night. Bathroom sex can have that effect on a guy, Brendan says with a snicker. I think the real question is, why are Shay and Blake even outside right now? I ask. I thought hangovers lasted for weeks once you got into your, 50s? Oh, you better bring it! Shay fires the basketball at me, and I barely manage to catch it before it pounds me hard in the chest. I take a step closer to him, so I'm right up in his face. It's already been brought. Seriously, bring it on? Can you two get any gayer? Brendan says, his tawny waves flopping about as he shakes his head in dismay. Stereotyping? Shay and I both chide at the same time. Besides, Shay says, that was not another teen movie. Get your references straight, bro, or we won't let you play anymore. Also, how is a cheerleading movie gay? I ask. Isn't that like every teenage straight guy's fantasy? You might have a point there, Brendan admits. Are we doing this or what? Blake asks, his mouth quirked into a wry grin. Yep. Come on, Forrester. Let's show these young'uns how it's done. It's embarrassing how easily Shay and Blake are able to wipe the floor with Brendan and me, but I suppose they have been playing basketball for like twice as long as we have, so there's probably an unfair advantage there. So, where's your man? Shay asks after we finally call it in at 42:11. Pathetic. How come he's not here saving your skin like usual? Work. Brendan offers a wry smirk, although I'm not sure what he's so happy about after that shocking display on the court. Has he figured out he's actually running the place yet? Not yet. I'm sure it's only a matter of time, though. 13. Heath.
What's up with you?
My head snaps up at the sound of my sister's voice. Huh? What? Nothing. Lila rolls her eyes at me.
That's like the third time you've totally spaced on me today.
What? I'm not spacing. I told you we should go with the salmon risotto and chicken mole for the specials. Lila places her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowed firmly at me.
We already did the menu 2 hours ago.
Fuck. What the hell had she asked me 2 minutes ago then? Shit. She's right. I have been totally spacing today. But can you blame me? I was given the blowjob of my life last night. By my best friend. Who's a guy? And I can't even talk to anyone about the mental meltdown this is causing because, oh yeah, everyone already thinks we're together. Well, everyone except Lila. And I'm sorry, but I'm not discussing blowjobs with my big sister. And let's not even get started on the sexting from this morning. I seriously have no idea what spurred that on. Just that I woke up achingly hard after a filthy dream about last night, and the first thing I thought of was to share it with Deck. And then things just kinda escalated. Sexily. I shake the cobwebs from my head and turn my attention back to Lila. Sorry, what were you saying?
The waitstaff. I hate to say it, but I think it might be time to let Christy go.
I think it was time to let Christy go when she almost killed that woman with the satay beef. Lila's face screws up at the memory. She was really, really sorry about that. You could have been sued.
But I wasn't. So, silver lining.
I roll my eyes and glance back at the computer screen. I came in today to work my way through some of the invoicing. Needless to say, I've barely made a dent.
So, is that a yes on firing Christy?
Why are you asking me? I'm just a bartender. Lila lets out a choke little snort, and I glance up to find her looking at me with one eyebrow arched. What?
A bartender who handles invoicing and orders and menus and earns way more than all the other bartenders?
What are you talking about? Lila lets out a sigh and gives a little shake of her head.
Seriously, brother, I thought you were smart. You're the manager.
I stand so quickly papers go flying off the desk. What the hell are you talking about? Manager? How did that even happen? Lila shrugged.
Well, after you started here, you just started doing all this extra work. I needed a manager, but I knew you wouldn't take the job if I actually offered it to you, so I just started paying you for the extra work you were doing. You never wondered why your pay went up.
Honestly, I don't check my account all that often. Lila glances at the ceiling and lets out a heavy breath.
To have so much money you don't even need to check your statements.
So, this is why you never hired another manager? Lila, this isn't a proper solution. You know I'm only here until I figure out what my next step is.
Yeah, that's what you said when you started here a year and a half ago. Open your eyes, Heath. This is your next step. You're good at this, and you're happy doing it. And clearly you don't need something that pays higher. You made enough money at that soul-sucking investment firm to last a lifetime.
And here I thought all the extra little jobs I'd been doing around the place were just part of being a good brother. Man, I am a dumbass. I slump back into my chair and run a hand over my face. I need some time to think about this. But yes to firing Christy. I glance up at Lila, suspicion churning in my gut. You're gonna make me do it, aren't you? She offers an evil smile as she turns to leave the office.
You're the manager.
Heath, good you're here. Help me with this fucking thing, will you? I want to watch the game.
I rush over to help Grandpa, who's up out of his chair and furiously pointing the air conditioning remote at the TV. I gently pry open his white-knuckled grip and remove the remote, setting it down on the side table. I'm not sure I should be enabling you to watch the Yankees, Gramps, I tell him as I point the correct remote at the TV and flick it on.
Well, I could have done that,
he grumbles as I gently guide him back to his chair.
I'm not going crazy. It's just my eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
I know that, Gramps. Tell you what, I'm gonna ask the reception desk people for some masking tape. Then I'll put some around the remote and write TV in big letters. That way you won't have any trouble knowing which one to use.
Thanks, Heath. You're a good boy,
he says with a smile, before adding,
even if you do root for the Red Sox.
Well, if you didn't want your grandkids to root for the Sox, you should have done more to stop your daughter from marrying a Bostonian, I say, as I take a seat in the other chair.
Unfortunately, the country's fairly big on free will, so there wasn't much I could do.
We sit and watch the pre-game for a little while, before I finally gather the nerve to bring up the topic I actually came to talk about. Hey, Grandpa, if I tell you something, can you promise not to tell Mom?
Kid, when have I ever spilled any of your secrets?
I cast him a wry smile. True, you're like a damn safety deposit box.
So, what's on your mind?
Okay, well, it's kind of a long story, but Mom and Dad, and basically everyone I know, except Lila, thinks I'm bisexual and I'm dating my best friend Declan.
Declan? He's your college buddy, right? The one with all those brothers and sisters?
Yeah, that's him. Grandpa nods.
Nice fella. And good looking, too. You make a nice pair.
But that's the thing, Gramps. We're not actually together. We're just pretending to be dating for reasons that I'm not gonna go into.
So, what's the conundrum? You don't like people thinking you're dating a man?
I shake my head adamantly. No, that's not the issue. It doesn't bother me that they think I'm bi. Especially because I might be.
So, what's the problem then?
Well, last night, something happened. Declan and I had to kiss as part of the whole fake boyfriend thing, but it ended up turning into more.
You slept with him?
There's no judgment in his tone, no reprimand, more like a hint of curiosity. No, it didn't go that far. There was just some stuff. Grandpa nods slowly.
But you want to sleep with him?
Jesus, Grandpa! How did I forget this guy was a New York cop for 40 years? He can sniff out a confession from a mile away.
Heath.
Okay, did it suddenly get ridiculously hot in here? I don't know. Maybe. Grandpa eyes me curiously, his finger brushing over his chin as if I'm a mystery he's trying to solve.
Did you choke the chicken today?
Grandpa!
Well, did you?
Jesus Christ. I peer at the ceiling as if it's the most interesting thing in the world. Yes?
And what did you think about?
Oh my fucking God, is he serious? Who am I kidding? Of course he is. I bite my lip in hesitation before pushing out a breath of resignation. Last night, I've barely been able to stop thinking about it since it happened. Grandpa nods sagely.
I see. So, it basically boils down to this. You've crossed this big line with your best friend, and now you want to know whether that makes you gay or bi or whatever. Am I right?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I can't tell you that. And to be honest, I don't really think it matters. What does matter is what makes you happy. If you're attracted to him and he's attracted to you, and being with each other will make you happy, I say just go for it and forget the whys about it.
I sit back in my chair, kind of floored by how simple that advice is. Wow, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Why do you sound surprised by that?
Grandpa demands.
You should know by now. I'm full of wisdom.
I let out a breath of laughter. I know, it's just...
Listen.
He leans over and rests his hand on my forearm, his sky-blue eyes boring into mine.
Forget about all the labels. The only thing you need to work out right now is what do you want? What'll make you happy? Focus on that, and the rest will work itself out.
"14. Declan. After the basketball game, I head over to Brooklyn to stop by the shelter. I'm not technically scheduled to work today, but I often do extra volunteer hours, mainly walking the dogs and helping with their training. But before you get all gushy, it's not entirely altruistic. Volunteering at an animal rescue will look great on my job applications once I'm done with vet school.
Ooh, you're all gross and sweaty,
Lana comments, screwing her face up as I walk past her. I give a lazy shrug. Didn't see the point in going home and showering when I'm just gonna get all sweaty again. I made my way over to the dog cages and have a look inside. How's Bucky doing? Think he's up for a run today? I've been monitoring his recovery over the past week, and he's been doing better and better every day, as have the other dogs. Fortunately, whatever bug they had didn't spread any further, and we were able to open the shelter back up on Sunday.
I think so,
Lana says, glancing over to where the giant black furball is sitting in his cage with his tongue lolling out.
Just maybe go easy. Keep it short.
That I can do. I take Bucky on a half-hour circuit of some of the surrounding streets and a small park nearby. It's probably just as well he needs to take it easy, because after this morning's basketball game, I'm still feeling a little worse for wear. After I finish up at the shelter, I head back to my apartment for an overdue shower. As I'm on the subway, my cell pings with a text from Heath. Heath Kaplan. Did you know I'm supposedly Rice Baby's manager? I let out a bark of laughter when I read the text. Looks like the cat's finally out of the bag. Me. Yeah, babe, everyone knows that. Heath Kaplan. I didn't. Me. Don't freak out about this. You love your job. You're great at it. Heath Kaplan. Not freaking out. Just a bit weird is all. Me. Weird you didn't recognize it sooner, for sure. Laughing emoji. What are you up to now? Heath Kaplan. Visiting Grandpa. You? Me. Just spent some time with a gorgeous guy who has a thing for licking my face. Heath Kaplan. You're talking about a dog, aren't you? I decide to send him a picture of Bucky and me at the park. Me. Photo. Heath Kaplan. That's the shitty dog. Poop emoji. Vomit emoji. Me. He's back fighting fit now. Smile emoji. An Instagram alert pings on my phone, and I check it to see Heath has posted the picture I just sent him and tagged me in the post. My competition. If @DeckEls ever leaves me, it'll be for this handsome devil. Someone needs to remove the risk and adopt from @Brooklyn Animal Rescue, #Dogstagram, #AdoptDon'tShop, #Brooklyn, #AdoptAdog, #PetRescue, #LookAtThatFace, #Dogs of Instagram. A rush of warmth floods me when I see the post encouraging people to adopt. I have no idea whether it'll work or not, but it's the thought that counts. Heath Kaplan. Come over tonight? I try not to read too much into that. I mean, we hang out most nights when he's not working, so it's not like tonight should be any different. Except for the fact that you sucked him off last night, idiot. And don't forget the sexting from this morning. Me. Thumbs up emoji. When I get back to my apartment, I find Aiden sitting at the kitchen counter. But he's not alone. Josh? He slides off his stool and turns to face me, and fuck, he really does look like shit. He's normally a pretty attractive guy, a few inches shorter than me with a lean build, rich brown hair, and sharp cheekbones. But right now he looks like a shadow of himself. He's lost weight, there are gray marks under his eyes, and his skin seems too pale compared to the tan he usually sports this time of year. Surely this can't still be the flu Aiden mentioned. That was over a week ago. He wouldn't still be looking like shit. Would he? Deck, hey. I slide my gaze to Aiden, arching a brow in question. Josh is just here to work out that stuff for the charity thing I told you about. Aiden explains. We're pretty much finished now, Josh says, so I can get out of your hair. Actually, Aiden, can you give us a minute? I ask my brother. Aiden shrugs and makes his exit, calling back to Josh. I'll have that stuff ready by the weekend, man. Once Aiden's gone, I stroll over to the other side of the counter and lean forward on my forearms, looking directly into Josh's brown eyes. My voice is gentle as I ask, Is everything okay? He shifts his gaze away, clearly uncomfortable. Yeah, of course. Josh, I challenge. He looks back at me, one eyebrow arched. Declan. I shake my head softly. Listen, man. We've been friends for a hell of a lot longer than we ever dated. If there's something going on, something you need to talk about, I just want you to know I'm here, okay? You can talk to me. And I really mean it. We may have put some distance between us since the breakup, which is entirely understandable. But Josh is still one of my oldest friends. And it's not as though there's any bad blood there, as I keep telling everyone. The breakup was completely amicable. We just weren't right for each other. The bottom line is, if he's in some kind of trouble, I want to help. Josh offers a small smile. Thanks, I appreciate that, but I hold my hand up to interrupt. Please don't try to tell me there's nothing wrong. You look like absolute shit. He lets out a huff of self-deprecating laughter. Gee, thanks. I offer a dry smile. You don't have to tell me what it is if you don't want to. But just know that I know there's something. And if you ever need to talk, I'm here. He nods in acknowledgement. Thanks. When I get to Heath's apartment that evening, I have to give myself a little pep talk, reminding myself that I can't just grab him and maul him the second he opens the door. He's probably spent the day confused and questioning everything he's ever thought about himself, and me trying to force a repeat of last night isn't going to help the situation. Sure, he instigated what happened this morning, but it's easy for people to be brave over text. Face-to-face is a whole other story. When he opens the door, all of those thoughts pretty much fly out the window. He's wearing another of those sleeveless t-shirts I love, a black one this time, and his hair is being held back by the same green bandana he swiped from the shelter last week. And yeah, it looks sexy as hell, even with little bones printed all over it. I'm seriously about to tackle him to the floor and have my way with him when I catch sight of something over his shoulder that keeps me in check. His dad is sitting on the sofa watching the ball game. Yeah, so my parents are here. And by the look on Heath's face, this visit was not expected. 15. Heath. So, your folks are here? Yup. They're in town to see Hamilton, and decided to stop by. Without calling.
You knew we had tickets for that show, honey.
My mom calls from the kitchen, where she's commandeered the stove and is making some kind of pasta dish. Yeah, but I don't have a calendar to keep track of your every move. I am so getting a calendar to keep track of their every move. As Deck bends over the back of the couch to chat with my dad, my eyes automatically go to his ass, appreciating the way his red basketball shorts seem to fit just right. Fucking hell. A lot can happen in 24 hours, can't it? This time yesterday, he was just my best friend. Now, all I want to do is get my parents out of here so we can reenact what happened last night.
So, Declan, tell me, how did your parents deal with the whole coming out thing?
Mom asks as we all sit around my small kitchen table eating the pasta she made.
I hate to say it, but I don't think we handled it all that well. But then again, it was a bit of a shock to hear about it on Facebook.
You handled it fine, Mom. And that wasn't how I planned on you guys finding out, I assure her. My parents were totally fine, Deck says, shoving a bite of pasta in his mouth. My oldest brother's gay as well, so they already had some experience with it.
Oh, of course, of course. And they must be thrilled about you two. Just think, after all these years of friendship, now it's blossomed into love.
Mom, we're not quite... It's not that serious yet.
That's not what Instagram said,
she challenges with a twinkle in her eye. I let out a groan. That was a hashtag, Mom. You can't take that too seriously. I have to say, though, it's not entirely surprising, Dad says with a little chuckle. A forkful of pasta halts midway on its journey to my mouth as I stare at him in confusion. What? Why not? Mom just smiles at me.
Remember how you used to dress up in Lila's clothes?
That was a sign right there, Dad says. She made me dress up like that because she wanted a sister. And I think you're stereotyping a bit there. Just because I'm dating a guy doesn't mean I'm planning on auditioning for RuPaul's Drag Race. She leans over the table and places a hand over mine.
But we would totally support you if you did, sweetheart.
I cast Declan a look of exasperation, and to my utter relief, he swoops in to change the subject. So, how long you guys in town? Do you think my parents are right? I asked Declan once the awkward dinner is over and I've finally gotten him out of my apartment. That we should consult Alana and Haley about their experience as a modern family? Not sure about that one. Sitting my ass down on the couch, I roll my eyes and toss a throw pillow at Declan's head. No, asshole! About me! Do you think it's always been there and I just never realized? Or I didn't want to realize? Realize what? Declan's brows are arched in what appears to be genuine curiosity, but I know he's being deliberately dense. He wants me to actually say it. That I'm attracted to guys. He considers me for a long moment, before asking quietly, Are you? I let out a choked laugh. You were there last night, weren't you? Yes, but we agreed that didn't need to mean anything. I bring my thumb to my mouth and bite at the nail. Is he saying that because he doesn't want it to mean anything? But what about this morning? What was that if he doesn't want this to continue? Heath? His tone is wary, as though he's worried about stepping on a landmine. Have you done stuff with other guys before? No, I've never done anything with other guys. Well, except for Garrett Lyons, but that was acting. Okay. Well, have you wanted to? Have you been attracted to guys before? No, I mean, I don't think so. You don't think so? No, well, okay, it's like, I look at someone like Chris Hemsworth, and I'm like, damn, that dude is hot. And if he showed up at my door and begged me to have sex with him, then yeah, I probably would, because I don't think there's a single person on the planet who'd turn that down. But I don't come in my pants every time I watch The Avengers. Well, neither do I. I'm not 13. He offers me a soft smile. What about mere mortals? I shake my head. Not until last night. Okay. Well, we already decided last night doesn't have to mean anything if you don't want it to. So there's really no reason to freak out. This isn't a freak out. It's not? Nope. It kind of looks like a freak out. I let out a heavy breath and get to my feet. I'm not freaking out, Deck. I'm just trying to understand, okay? Okay. And you can stop telling me last night didn't mean anything, because we both know that's bullshit. Okay. Look, I don't know what the deal is with me. Maybe my folks are right. Maybe I have always had this inside me, but I just never realized because I'm attracted to girls too. Or maybe this is something totally new that suddenly decided to pop up now for some reason. Or maybe it's not all guys. Maybe it's just you. Whatever it is, what happened last night, it unlocked something in me. And don't even try to tell me you didn't feel it too. He's quiet for a long moment, his eyes full of indecision. Finally, he admits, "Yeah, I did. Of course I did." The weight that I didn't even realize had been there automatically lifts off my chest at the sound of his words. Okay then. That's good. Declan lets out a sigh and takes my vacated seat on the couch. But I'm not sure if that means we should start doing things. I arch an eyebrow. We've already started doing things. Okay, then maybe we shouldn't continue doing things. You didn't like what we've done? He rakes a frustrated hand through his hair. No, Jesus, no, that's not what I'm saying. I just think it might be a good idea for you to take some time to figure out what you want. But I know what I want. Heath, no, I'm serious. I might not know why I want it and why now after all these years, but I sure as fuck know the what. I tread over to the couch, and he makes a move to get up, but I climb on top of him before he has a chance. He could easily push me off if he wanted to, but he doesn't. He just lets me pin him to the couch. So, I take that as a good sign. I press my lips to his, and it's like last night all over again. The moment our lips touch, there's that incredible spark that travels all throughout my body and deep into my bones and makes me never want to stop kissing this man. I want you, Declan. Please tell me you want me too. I do. I really fucking do. Whatever hesitation he might have been feeling a few moments ago seems to have vanished the moment we started kissing. He grips onto my hips and tugs me closer, bringing our hard cocks in line with each other. I grind down against him and holy Jesus, fuck, the friction. He sucks a finger into his mouth, and I know what he's going to do even before he does it. The anticipation curling in my gut in a tight ball. He slides his hands down the back of my shorts and pushes his slicked-up finger inside my hole, forcing a loud groan from my lips as the sensation overwhelms me. And as he fucks me with his hand, I'm once again left with the blaring thought, if his finger feels this incredible, what the hell must his cock feel like? Fuck, Deck, I want you inside me, I murmur against his ear. I am inside you, he teases. You know what I mean. Please, Declan. I want you to fuck me. I want your cock. "16. Declan. I want you to fuck me. I want your cock. My hand pauses as the words ring in my ears, even as I try to convince myself I must have misheard. Deck? Did you hear me? Yeah? My voice doesn't seem to be working properly, the words coming out in a harsh rasp. I groan as Heath's groin moves against mine once again. He presses his lips to mine before trailing a path over my jaw. Yeah? You'll fuck me? No. I don't know. I'm not sure. I withdraw my finger from his hole. No way can I think straight while any part of me is inside that tight heat. He draws his head back and looks at me with big, pleading eyes. Oh, come on, baby. Give me the D. You know you want to. Fuck. Yes, of course I fucking want to. It's become harder and harder for me to ignore this sudden and growing attraction to Heath, and of course I've thought about what it might be like. But there's a difference between thinking about it and actually acting on it. Heath, He quirks an eyebrow at me. Are you saying you don't want to? 'Cause if that's the case, no, I admit with a heavy sigh. No, I want to. Fuck, of course I want to. I'm just not sure you're ready for something like this. Didn't we just have this conversation? But this is a big step. He holds up a hand to cut me off and climbs off my lap. Okay, how about this? You stay here and make a pros and cons list in your head. In the meantime, I'm going into the bedroom and start prepping, 'cause if I'm not getting your dick in me, I'll be using a dildo. So, either way, I need slickening up. Holy Jesus fucking Christ. And after dropping that doozy, he saunters off to the bedroom, undressing as he goes. Meanwhile, I'm left with my jaw in my lap, an aching hard-on, and all my brain cells zapped away. After a few minutes, I finally manage to get my shit together and, despite my better judgment, join Heath in the bedroom. I very nearly cream in my pants right then and there when I catch sight of him completely naked on the bed, palming his dick with one hand while he fingers his hole with the other. When he sees me, he gets to his knees and shuffles over to the edge of the bed, tugging me closer to him. As we kiss, I can't seem to stop my hands from exploring his body, roving over the smooth skin and hard muscle under my fingertips. He lets out a loud groan as my fingers tease his slicked-up hole. I push two inside him, forcing another strangled groan from his lips. Please, please, Deck, don't tease me. You know what I want. I remove my fingers and press a kiss to the corner of his mouth. I know, baby. Get back on the bed. I strip out of my t-shirt and shorts as Heath lies back down to wait for me. Fuck, he looks amazing. That long, lean body, that creamy skin, that mouth-watering cock, and that tight little hole, stretched and glistening and ready for me. I give my dick a quick squeeze to alleviate some of the pressure that's been building, then I grab the condom Heath has helpfully left out, and roll it on. I add some lube, and then I'm crawling across the bed to get to Heath. Tell me you want this, baby. Tell me you're sure. I say one last time, my cock poised at his entrance. Yes! Yes, fuck, Deck! Need you inside me so bad! It still feels insane. Heath, my straight best friend, is naked underneath me and begging for my cock. I know I shouldn't give in. Tomorrow he's gonna regret this and it'll ruin everything. 10 years of friendship right down the drain. But fuck, the way he's looking at me right now. Pupils blown with desire, face flushed, hair all a mess. I just can't bring myself to say no. The truth is, I'm not strong enough to be the sensible one anymore. I want this too fucking much. Whatever happens tomorrow will happen. Right now, I need to be inside him as much as he wants me there. I push past his ring, an inch slowly inside him. My plan was to ease into him and give him time to adjust, but as soon as I feel his tight heat surrounding me, I just can't stop myself, thrusting in fast, bottoming out in one hard stroke. Heath lets out a hissed breath, his face forming a grimace. Shit, you okay? Fuck yes! Do that again! I lean farther forward and throw his legs over my arms, then I pull out almost the entire way before thrusting back in again in another hard stroke. It's on the third stroke that Heath lets out a strangled moan that tells me I'm hitting the magic spot. After that, he's a babbling, moaning, keening mess as I fuck him in a wild frenzy. Fuck, he's so sexy. Lying out before me like this, his face flushed with the pleasure I'm giving him, his cut cock hard and thick and glistening with pre-cum as it slaps against his abs with each thrust I make, and the noises he's making, fuck, I could listen to them all goddamn day. He reaches down to wrap a fist around his straining cock, but I bat his hand away. Nope, no touching. But I need to come, he whines. Please, Jack. Not yet. I pull out and give him a light slap on the ass. Turn over. On your knees, baby. Hold on to the headboard. He rushes to obey, and it's only a matter of seconds before I'm sliding back into his tight heat, my hands gripping firmly at his waist as I fuck him over and over. The thought briefly creeps into my mind that maybe this is too much. Maybe I'm going too hard on him. But Heath doesn't seem to mind. He's taking everything I'm giving and still begging for more. Fuck. You feel so good, baby. I growl into his neck. So fucking perfect. God, yeah. Fuck me, Deck. So fucking close. I pull out again and flip him onto his back again, chuckling at the squeak of protest he lets out. Damn, you're a needy fucker, aren't you? I tease. Yes, he cries completely unashamedly. I need you back inside me. I need you to fuck me. I need you to make me come. I press a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, baby. I'm not going anywhere. And then I slide back inside him, his tight hole gripping my cock as though it's planning to never let go. Well, I might just be okay with that. Grab your cock, baby. You're gonna come for me. I want to watch his face as he climaxes. I want to see his load covering his chest. I want to know I'm the one who caused it. Heath wraps a hand around his cock and begins to jerk himself. It only takes a couple of strokes before he seizes up and ribbons of cum are spraying across his chest. The sight of it and the feel of his ass clamping around my cock is enough to send me hurtling over the edge. With a strangled groan, I shoot into the condom. I'm still for a moment, not wanting to leave the perfect heat of his body just yet, but eventually I pull out and remove the condom, tying off the end and tossing it aside. Then I glance back at Heath. He's still lying there with cum all over his chest, looking thoroughly fucked and absolutely debauched. It's the hottest thing I've ever seen. I crawl over to him and dip my head toward his abs, my tongue sneaking out to lap at some of the mess he's made there. It might not be as good as getting it straight from the source, but it's 100% pure Heath, which makes it better than any other cum I've ever tasted. I glance up to his face to make sure he isn't freaking out, but I can see in his eyes that's the last thing I need to worry about. His gaze is loaded with heat and desire, and I have the feeling that if he hadn't just come, like 60 seconds ago, he'd be rocking a hard-on right now. Encouraged, I continue to lap up the mess until it's all gone. That was so fucking hot, he says once I finished, his voice all hoarse and sexy. I crawl up on top of him so we're at eye level with each other. Better than a dildo? I ask with a quirk of my brow. He gives me a blissed-out smile. So much better. I hope you've got some stamina, 'cause we're totally doing that again. A lot. Baby, who do you think you're talking to? Trust me, you'll be walking funny for days once I'm done with you. It'll be fucking worth it. He grins as he tugs me down for a kiss, which starts off sweet, but turns desperate and needy. And it's not long before we're ready to go again, our bodies moving against each other in search of friction. This time, I'm the one who's thrown onto my back as Heath rolls on top of me and begins to kiss his way down my body. And then he... Oh, wow. Oh, baby, you don't have to do this, you know? I know that. I want to, though. Are you sure? I ask wary. It's a big step. Heath glances up from where his face is hovering above my erect cock. I just had a cock in my ass. Having one in my mouth seems like small beans now. I let out a soft chuckle. Okay, but just so you know, you don't have to do this. And if you start it and decide you don't like it, you can stop and it'll be totally fine. He nods. Okay, but I want to at least try it. You seem to enjoy it. Well, that's true enough. What? I glance down to find Heath studying my cock with a furrowed brow, as though it's some kind of puzzle he's trying to work out. Well, do I have to do anything special with the foreskin? Yes, there's a little latch at the back so you can take it off. I deadpan. Just leave it on the nightstand and I'll reattach it when you're done. He straightens up and sends me an arctic glare, prompting a fit of laughter to rumble through my entire body. "You're an asshole!" I offer a wry grin. "I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. If you're really curious, you can play with it a bit. That feels pretty awesome. But seriously, just trust me. Whatever you do will be amazing." As an afterthought, I add, "Just watch your teeth." "17. Heath." For the fourth morning in a row, I wake up with Declan's arms wrapped around me. There was no epic sexathon last night because I was at the bar until closing, but he was waiting for me when I got home and we got each other off before going to sleep. It was probably just as well, because after the ridiculous amounts of sex we've been having over the past few days, my ass has definitely been on the tender side and was probably due for a rest. Not that I haven't enjoyed that aspect. On the contrary, actually. I'm not a masochist by any stretch, but I actually love that twinge of pain and how it reminds me of Dec's cock moving inside me. It's weird to think we've known each other all this time and never thought to do this before, because seriously, sex with Declan has to be the most unfucking believable thing on the planet. That first morning, a couple of days ago, when we woke up together for the first time, he asked me if I had any regrets. I know he was worried I'd wake up and freak out and want to just forget everything and go back to being straight. But I didn't. I couldn't. I'd already had my little existential crisis the day before, after he'd sucked me off, so by the time we actually slept together, I knew it was what I wanted. I still have no idea why I suddenly want this, but I'm not about to run away from something that makes me feel so good. Nope. The only regret I had was making such a mess of my first blowjob attempt. There was gagging and choking and watering eyes, and I'm pretty sure some stomach acid made an appearance at one point. Gross. Dec still seemed to really enjoy it, though. I mean, he came really hard, so it wasn't a complete failure. But there's definitely room for improvement. A lot of room. And because I know you're wondering, yes, of course I swallowed. And yes, it was delicious. Okay, maybe not delicious. I mean, I'm not going to be bottling it and pouring it on my cereal anytime soon, but it definitely doesn't taste bad. I'm wide awake now and ridiculously horny, so I nudge Jack in the ribs with an elbow. "Wake up! My ass misses you." Your ass misses me." I turn over to face him, pressing a kiss to his chest. "Yeah, it's been like 24 hours since it's had your cock. It's getting withdrawal." His big hand slides down my back to the ass in question, his fingers tracing over my crease. I let out a groan as he teases me. "And the truth comes out. You only want me for my cock." "Pretty much, yeah." "Well, that's a relief. I was feeling guilty about only wanting you for this tight little ass." "Please. You also want me for my incredible good looks and dazzling personality. And your modesty and down-to-earth nature is a huge turn-on as well." He deadpans. I roll on top of him and we start making out. These long, languid kisses are seriously the best way to wake up. Okay, maybe the second best way. Lube, condoms, now. He shakes his head. "Sorry, babe, no time." "What? What are you talking about?" "I have to be at the shelter in like 45 minutes. That's plenty of time. Did you invent teleportation while I wasn't looking? It'll take almost that long to get there." I roll off him with a groan, throwing my head back against the pillow. "What time will you finish up?" "About 5. I bolt upright. 5? I'll be at work by then, and I won't be home till late. Again. There's no way I can hold out until 3 in the morning. Just no way." I slide out of bed and tug on a pair of briefs. "Oh, I have an idea. Why don't I come down to the shelter this afternoon? You take breaks, right?" I waggle my eyebrows at him. "Heath, it's a family place. And do you really want to traumatize the rescue dogs even more than they already have been?" I arch an eyebrow. Is that really the reason, or are you just worried Bucky might get jealous? Well, that sounds all kinds of wrong. I give a soft shake of my head. Spinning on my heels, I head for the door, because if I'm not getting sex, then I need coffee. Badly. Okay, how about this? I called to Declan from the living room. Come by the bar tonight. We'll sneak into the storeroom and you can fuck my brains out. A loud crash comes from the kitchen, and I race over to find my mother standing there with a pile of broken glass at her feet. Mom! What the hell are you doing here? She averts her eyes as she bends down to pick up the pieces of glass from the floor. Oh, shit! Let me help you with that. No, you're barefoot. And pantsless. Oh, crap. I hurry to my room and grab a pair of athletic shorts from the floor, tugging them on over my briefs. I also grab a t-shirt from my hamper and pull that on and slide my feet into a pair of flip-flops. Once decent, I return to the living area. You still haven't said why you're here.
Well, we had to check out of our hotel, so we thought we'd stop by for breakfast before our train.
And you couldn't have called first?
Well, I texted.
Declan emerges from my room, fully dressed and ready to go. Damn it, I really don't want him to go. He comes over to me and kisses me gently on the lips. I'll call you when I'm done, okay? I nod reluctantly. Bye, Mrs. Kaplan, he calls as he heads for the door.
Bye, honey.
Once Deck is gone, I join my mom in the kitchen and help her clean up the rest of the broken glass. It was a jam job, so there's a bit of a mess to handle. Mom, you can't just barge in here. You realize if Deck didn't have work this morning, we'd be having sex right now, right?
Well, honestly, the thought hadn't really occurred to me.
I get it. People like the idea of two men together, but they don't really want to think about the ins and outs.
That's not fair,
Mom says, and she sounds genuinely hurt by the insinuation.
I don't like thinking of your sister having sex either. You're my babies.
Well, just FYI, Lila does have sex.
TMI, Heath, TMI.
Where's Dad? I asked, noticing my father's absence for the first time.
He went to get a newspaper and some bagels. He should be back soon.
Well, at least I'll be eating a decent breakfast. After a rather awkward breakfast where Mom was barely able to meet my eye and Dad was left to fill the silence with his go-to conversation topic, baseball, I see my parents out and they head off to catch their train back to Boston. Thank fucking God. I love my folks, I really do. But our relationship really works a whole lot better when we're in different cities. With an afternoon to kill before I have to be at work, I decide to hit the gym. It's been a while since my last visit. Not that I haven't been getting regular workouts of an entirely different and much more fun kind. I'm almost finished my workout, and I'm on the treadmill doing my warm-downs, when Galway Girl cuts through my playlist. I smile and hit the tab on my earphones to answer the call. Hey, sexy. Hey, hot stuff? I stumble upon hearing a voice that is decidedly not Declan and have to reach out to grab hold of the treadmill to regain my balance. Aiden? What are you doing with Declan's phone? He left it charging in the kitchen last night. He's got a few texts and missed calls, so I figured I'd try and track him down and give it to him. He with you? I shake my head, forgetting there's no way for Aiden to see me. He's at the shelter until 5. Okay, that's cool. I need to go to Brooklyn this afternoon anyway, so I can drop it into him. You're a good brother. How much longer are you in New York for? Is that code for when does Declan get the apartment to himself so we can screw in your walk-in shower? Possibly. Can I be interested in your life? I ask, attempting to sound as innocent as possible. He lets out a soft chuckle. I'm off to Chile in a few days, actually, so I'll be out of your hair. I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. Oh, we are so gonna make use of that shower. Oh, by the way, I say as I'm about to end the call, please don't call anyone hot stuff. Like, ever. '18. Declan. Despite Heath's post on Instagram getting quite a few likes and comments, Bucky hasn't yet been adopted. But that's okay, because it just gives me more time to spend with him. I know I shouldn't have favorites, and I do love them all, but this guy has definitely crawled deep into my heart, and I'll be sorry to see him go when the day finally comes. I'm just finishing up bathing him when my coworker Ray comes out to find me.
Hey, Declan, your brother's here.
I'm assuming she's referring to Owen. He's as dog crazy as I am, so he stops by here to volunteer every now and then. But when I go back inside, I see it's Aiden. Hey, what are you doing here? Nice to see you too, he says with a grumble. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out my cell, holding it out to me. You left this charging. Thought you might need it, you know? In case you wanted to text Josh back. Huh? My brows knit together in confusion as I snatch the phone from Aiden and bring up the text he's referring to. Josh Donovan. Hey, if the offer still stands, can we get a drink tonight? Mike's, 7 p.m.? I snap my gaze up to meet Aiden's. It's not what you're thinking. What am I thinking? I don't know, but you're looking at me weirdly. Aiden lets out a long sigh. Just be careful, man. I know I was all Team Josh a few weeks back, but that was before I knew about Heath. You know how you're always talking about finding the one? Well, he's it, Deck. Don't screw it up. I step around the desk and draw Aiden into a fierce hug. What's going on? He asks awkwardly, clearly thrown off by this show of affection. I let him go and give him a pat on the shoulder. I just appreciate you saying that about Heath, that's all. And I really do. This thing with Heath might be pretty new, but already it feels more real, more right than anything I've ever experienced. It means a lot that my family's behind it, especially considering it was only recently they were still all trying to get me back with my ex. With Heath working tonight, there's no reason for me not to accept Josh's request to meet up. And besides, I promised I'd be there if he needed to talk. You sure this is okay? Josh asks once we're seated in a booth, beers in hand. You're not blowing off your boyfriend or anything? I rub a hand over my face, a self-conscious grin forming on my lips. You heard about that, did you? Declan, everyone heard about that, Josh says. Is it actually real, or is it just some weird stunt you guys are pulling? It's real, I tell him. At least it is now. And I'm sorry you had to find out like that. We were trying to keep it under wraps, but Allison... yeah, she's a piece of work, isn't she? That's for sure, I nod in agreement. And in answer to your earlier question, he's at work tonight. I'll catch up with him later. Josh nods and we sit in companionable silence for a few moments, both drinking our beers. I finally break it by asking, So, what's been up with you? He takes a heavy breath, his fingers peeling at the label of his beer. Whatever it is, it must be big if it's got him this wound up. Josh, he glances up at me, his eyes locking with mine. I have testicular cancer. I fall back against the booth seat as the weight of his words slam into me. Don't, he says, please don't look at me like that. That's why I haven't wanted to tell anyone. My eyes widen in horror. Fuck, Josh, you've just been dealing with this on your own? Look, I'm not terminal. At least not yet. The doctors are pretty confident I'll beat this and go on to have a long and happy life, but you know what people are like. I just don't want everyone I know treating me with kid gloves or looking at me like I should get to work crossing off items on my bucket list. I nod in understanding and make a determined effort not to let any of the fear and worry I'm feeling show through. So when did this start? How? It started a couple months back. I was jerking off and felt something weird, so I got it checked out. They did a biopsy and it turned out to be malignant. So after that, I had a testectomy and a round of chemo, and now I'm just waiting to see if that worked. Wow. So masturbation actually saves lives. He lets out a breath of laughter. Here's hoping. I get the results on Monday. I honestly wasn't even going to tell you, but then you said that whole thing about us being friends since high school, and I knew if things were the other way round, I'd want to know. So, I'm glad you told me. After talking to Josh and hearing about what he's going through, all I want to do is find Heath. I need to lay eyes on him and make sure he's okay. I know it's stupid. I just saw him this morning and he was perfectly fine, but try telling my brain that. Or my heart. When I get to Rice Baby, I scan my eyes over the crowd of restaurant patrons and toward the bar. I spot him serving behind the bar, and as though he senses my gaze, his eyes snap up to lock with mine, and a broad grin stretches across his face. I weave my way through the tables and over to the bar, pulling up right in front of him. I lean over the bar and palm the side of his face, pulling him toward me for a kiss. I hear a chorus of "Oz!" and turn to see a group of girls hanging around the bar and staring at me and Heath with hearts in their eyes. Okay, drunk much, ladies? Heath ignores them and keeps his attention on me, a sly grin on his face. So, storage room? I shake my head. Nope, no way. I want to be with him, of course I do. But I don't want a quickie in the back of the bar. I want to hold him in my arms and love on him and appreciate how lucky I am to have him. No, I'm taking you home. Now. I can't. I have to close up. I glance around the bar, directing my attention to one of the other bartenders, one I know has been there for a while. Hey, Brad, you can close up tonight, can't you? Brad tips 2 fingers off his forehead in a salute. Absolutely. Heath looks mildly horrified at the idea of leaving the bar in a rookie's hands, but I take his hands and turn on my pleading eyes, and he doesn't take long to cave. 19. Heath. I can't believe I let Deck talk me into leaving Brad to close up. On his own. Lila's so gonna kill me when she arrives tomorrow and finds everything in complete disarray. But it's a little hard to care about tomorrow, as Deck and I burst through the door of my apartment, tearing off our clothes as we devour each other's mouths. We stumbled naked onto my bed, Deck landing on his back and pulling me on top of him. God, I'll never get tired of the way our bodies just fit so perfectly together. How we mold against each other as if we were made for one another. Baby, I want you inside me tonight. I pull back, blinking a few times as I stare at Deck in complete surprise. Are you sure? He offers me a wide grin. Absolutely. Give me the D, babe. I let out a soft chuckle and stretch across the bed for the lube we keep on the nightstand. I'd be lying if I said I haven't been curious about this, but I love having Deck's cock inside me so much, switching things up really hasn't been a priority for me. Considering bottoming is a rare occurrence for Deck, I figure he probably needs a fair bit of prep, so I slide down the mattress to make sure my head is at cock level, and I take him into my mouth. He lets out a groan as I swirl my tongue around his cockhead, and while he's distracted with that, I start working his hole with slicked-up fingers. That's enough. I'm ready, he tells me after I've been fingering him for a good 5 minutes. Just get your cock in me, babe. Roll over. I want to see this sexy ass I'm fucking. He complies with my request and rolls onto his front. And damn, he really does have an amazing ass. I roll on a condom and lube up, and then I'm straddling his thighs, my cock lined up with his glistening hole. I push in slowly, savoring the sensation of having Declan wrapped around me. When I bottom out, Declan calls, "Fuck me, Heath. Don't hold back, baby." So I don't. I take him with a frenzy, my grip bruising on his hips, my balls slapping against his ass as I thrust in and out until I get to the point where I just can't hold it back. I hit my climax with a rush, like hurtling over a cliff at full speed. After I've come back down, I pull out a Deck and take care of the condom, but when Declan rolls back over onto his back, I see we have a problem. You didn't come, I say, observing his still completely erect cock. Yeah, it's not that I didn't enjoy it. Trust me, I did. But I just find it hard to come from that. My mouth falls open in shock. But prostate! Declan offers a wry grin. I guess not everyone's P-spot is as sensitive as yours, babe. Well, we have to rectify this. I can't leave my man unsatisfied. You gonna suck me off, baby? Better. I don't have to ask whether Deck would prefer me to suck him off. He won't. He'll like what I have in mind much better. I grab another condom from the nightstand and roll it on his cock, following that up with a slather and a lube. I reach between my legs to apply a bit to my hole, but don't really go overboard with it. I'm just too desperate to have him inside me, and after the amount of times we fucked recently, I'm feeling pretty loose already. I move to straddle Declan's waist, and he lets out a soft chuckle. You needy bottom. I love it. I love you. I want to say it. It's right there on the tip of my tongue. But I hold back because what sort of cliched idiot drops the L word for the first time during sex? I distract myself by sliding down onto Deck's now slicked-up dick. Fuck. I am never gonna get tired of the sensation of him filling me up. So frickin' perfect. Being inside him was incredible. There's no way I can deny that. But this, nothing compares. He wraps his hands around my waist and snaps his hips upward, bottoming out and eliciting a groan from my lips. Remember how I predicted I'd probably enjoy the cowboy position if I was actually into cock? Well, I was right. Riding Deck's dick is fucking awesome. So much better than the time I got pegged. And I have no doubt it's because of the way we move together. Completely in sync. As if we've done this 1,000 times before. I move forward so I can claim his lips. Looking into his eyes, I can see it there. The knowledge. The realization. This is so much more than just sex. More than friendship. More than pretending. This is real. I bury my face in Declan's neck, digging my teeth into his skin in order to stop myself blurting out something stupid like how I love him and I want this to last forever. Oh, I'm so close, he says with a groan. Come for me, baby. Come inside me. He takes control of the situation, speeding up his thrusts until he's arching off the bed, his head thrown back in what looks like pain, but I know is anything but as he reaches his climax and shoots into the condom. I climb off him, and he takes care of the condom before pulling me close. Can I ask you something? I glance up from where my head is resting against his chest. Do you want this to be real? His mouth quirks up in a soft smile, and he brings his hand up to run gently over my face. It is real, baby. It always has been. I wake up alone the next morning, and can't help the pang of disappointment that washes over me when I can't feel Declan's arms around me, and I notice the sheets are cold. I know it's most likely he had an early dog-walking client and didn't want to wake me, but still, this totally sucks. I manage to drag myself out of bed and head to the kitchen to put on a pot of much-needed coffee. I hear a phone chime on the kitchen counter and let out a little huff of laughter. Deck's gonna be so pissed at himself for leaving this behind, because it means he'll have to do his entire run without any music. Oh well, I guess it's karma for leaving me alone in bed. I don't mean to snoop, but here's the thing. Declan has his text messages set to show up on his lock screen. And when I catch a glimpse of who the text is from, well, it's pretty much impossible for me to ignore. Don't judge me. When a text from your boyfriend's ex shows up on his phone, what sane person wouldn't take a peek? Josh. Hey, thanks for last night. It really meant a lot. I'll text you. The preview cuts off there. And of course, I'm left feeling a million shades of confused and weirded out over what the hell happened last night and what the rest of the text could say. I could unlock Deck's phone and take a look. I know his passcode, but I'm not going to be that boyfriend. And besides, If I did that, he'd know I'd been snooping. I set the phone back down on the counter, exactly where I found it, and try to forget I ever saw the message. I think back to last night, to the way Declan and I connected, the way he looked at me. That intensity, that fire, that desperation, that was real. I keep telling myself that one thing. It was real. We're real. What's between us is real. But then, I thought what I had with Allison was real too. 20. Declan. Hey, I was wondering, have you seen Josh lately? Like since the whole Facebook thing happened? Okay, why do I feel like this is a trap? Probably because you're feeling guilty, asshole. Oh, I know I don't actually have anything to feel guilty about. There's literally nothing between Josh and me anymore. And if there was, I'd be upfront about it so Heath knew where he stood. Nope. That guilt is coming from keeping this stuff from Heath. In our 10 years of friendship, I've never lied to him or hidden anything from him, but this is different. It's not my secret to tell. Josh doesn't want people knowing about his diagnosis yet, and unfortunately for me, that includes Heath. And if I can't tell him the truth, how am I supposed to explain my catch-up with Josh? It's just better if I don't say anything, at least for now. I glance up at Heath over the rim of my coffee mug. I bumped into him last week, actually. I hedge. That's technically true, I guess. Why do you ask? Heath gives a one-shouldered shrug and starts gathering our breakfast dishes, taking them to the kitchen. I'm not sure what made me think of it, but I guess he would have seen the whole Facebook announcements thing, or at least heard about it. Not the best way to learn your ex is with a new guy. Yeah, that was sucky, but he seemed okay about it. Wanting to end this conversation before I'm forced to tell an actual lie, I get up from the table and pad over to Heath, linking my arms around his waist and pulling him toward me. Hey, so I was thinking. Lila owes you a couple of days off, right? How about we get away from the city for a few nights? We could go to my uncle's place in Montauk. Heath offers a broad grin. That sounds amazing. He won't mind? I wave a dismissive hand. He's hardly ever even there. Not sure why he still keeps the place, but whatever, works for us. Perfect. Can we go now? I let out a soft breath of laughter. How about Sunday, after I finish up at the shelter? Okay. We start kissing, and that, of course, leads to other stuff. It's a good thing we've stashed lube and condoms all around the place, so they're in easy reach whenever we need them. Like right now, when I have Heath bent over the couch with his shorts around his ankles. No way do I want to leave the room, even for a second. Fortunately, Sunday is quick to come around. We wake up in Heath's bed, as has become our routine over the past week, and, as usual, as soon as we're both conscious, we just can't seem to keep our hands or lips off each other. Just think, I say as I kiss my way down his chest. In about 12 hours, we'll be at the beach. There'll be a hot tub. We'll have sex in it. I pause for a moment and glance up to catch his gaze. Absolutely. Are you sure we can't just go now? His pouty face is fucking adorable. Sorry, babe, but I'm gonna give you something to make sure you're thinking about me all day. And I continue making my way down to my favorite part of his body. Well, one of them, anyway. 6 hours and counting. What's with you? I glance at Josh, who's sitting opposite me in the booth at this little diner near the shelter. What do you mean? You just seem a little distracted. Oops. Well, I'm not about to tell Josh I'm busy counting down the minutes till I can start my vacay with Heath. I'm supposed to be offering the guy moral support here. Shit, man. You're in love with him. My eyes go wide at the question. What? Who? What? Josh lets out a wry chuckle, You keep going all glassy-eyed. You're either thinking about Heath or you've been breaking into the medicine stores at the shelter. I rub a hand over my face and into my hair. Sorry. I didn't mean to wander off. Josh shrugs. It's fine. Are you going to admit it, at least? You're in love with him. Am I? I think back over the past week with Heath, and even before that to the attraction that had begun to grow just prior to our first kiss a week ago. We have something real, something rare and special. I never felt like this about anyone, and I know I never want it to end. I guess that's what it's like to be in love. My mouth curves up in a soft smile. Yeah, I think I am. Well, I can't say I'm entirely surprised. Really? Come on, Deck. Even when we were together, Heath was always the one you went to for, well, everything, he says, somehow managing not to sound bitter despite his words. The only thing I could really give you that he couldn't was my body. And that's obviously changed. Yes, it has, I think. I'm sorry, I say with sincerity. I didn't mean to. I'm not entirely sure how to finish that sentence. It's okay. It's not like you did it on purpose. You and Heath just had this weird gravitational pull, and it was the same for him. I know Allison cheated, and there's no excuse for that. But it's kind of hard being in a relationship where you're not your partner's first priority. I'm actually really glad you guys are together now, Josh continues. If I'm being honest, I've been kind of worried that your friendship might stop you from ever finding something real. Now I don't have to worry about that. I pretty much have to pick my jaw up off the floor after Josh finishes his spiel. It's not as though what he's saying is brand new information, exactly. Heath's always been my person, my number one, ever since we first met and became best friends. But I've never had it spelled out so directly before by someone who, let's face it, could be considered collateral damage of Heath and my relationship. It makes me realize two things. One, we were dumbasses for not realizing how much more we could be to each other earlier. And two, Heath and I are, and have always been, inevitable. Okay, that's enough about me. How are you doing? Come on, man. You know I don't really want to talk about it. Josh, come on. You're getting your results tomorrow. You've got to be feeling something about that. The doctors have been telling me for ages that the prognosis is good, that they're confident I'll make a full recovery, so I guess I have nothing to worry about. But how do you actually feel? I press. He looks at me, and deep in his eyes, I can see it. The fear, the uncertainty. How do you think? I place my hand over his and give a gentle squeeze of reassurance. Do you have someone to go with you tomorrow? Heath and I are supposed to be going to Montauk tonight, but we can go tomorrow if you need someone. Josh shakes his head. No, go on your trip. My friend Jessie from work's gonna be there with me. So, she knows the situation? Josh nods. Yeah, her brother went through something similar, so she knows the score. Knows not to treat me like an invalid. That's good. I'm glad someone will be with you. But make sure you text me as soon as you know. Either way. He shakes his head. I'm not gonna ruin your vacation with my drama. Are you kidding me? I fix him with my most stern expression. If I don't get a text by tomorrow night, I'll cut the trip short and come back to the city to make sure you're not dead. And if I do that and you're not dead, I will be seriously pissed off. Josh holds up his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll text you. I should be getting back to the shelter, I say, checking my phone. Break's nearly over. Is there anything you need before tomorrow? Anything I can do to help? Josh glances away, his face a mask of indecision. Well, there is one thing. Maybe. Name it. All right. I'm sorry, I know this is miles beyond inappropriate, and I swear this isn't me trying to make a move or anything. It's just... Okay, I know I said I'm confident about tomorrow, but there's a part of me that's not. And if it goes the wrong way, then after tomorrow, my life's gonna be all about hospitals and treatments and losing my hair and all that shit. Who knows when I'll get to kiss someone again? My brows shoot up. You want to kiss me? Josh lets out a groan and throws his head back. Oh, no, it's stupid and way inappropriate, and you have a boyfriend that could easily kick my ass. He wouldn't if he knew the situation, I assure Josh. I get to my feet and motion for him to stand. Come on, stand up. With a tinge of pink coloring his cheeks, he slowly gets to his feet. I offer a smile and cup my hand to his cheek, pulling him closer to me. Our lips meet in a soft kiss, and I'm glad he asked me to do this, because it's a nice kiss. But there's nothing there. No spark, no fire, nothing like there is with Heath. Thanks, he says with a soft smile once we've ended the kiss. Not a problem. We exit the diner, and I turn to Josh, gently gripping his shoulder as I look intently into his eyes. For the record, I have no doubt that everything's going to go exactly how we want it to tomorrow. He nods. Thanks. I appreciate that. I pull him in for a tight hug, making sure he knows, without words, how much I care and I'm here to support him. "21. Heath. Declan lied to me on Friday. For the first time in our entire friendship, he lied. And then he asked me to go on a romantic trip with him, which made me think I was crazy for ever doubting him. Who knows? Maybe I am. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for that text. I kind of wish I'd taken a photo of it because I can't remember the exact wording of it now, but I don't think it specifically mentioned that they'd seen each other the night before. Maybe Declan had just done Josh a favor for some event he had on, or something like that. Josh always seems to have these weird events going on, and Declan is definitely the kind who would do anyone a favor if they asked. Or even if they didn't. It's like 90% of me is telling me that text meant nothing and everything is perfectly fine. We're going to the beach tonight, and the next few days are gonna be nothing but me and Deck and a whole bunch of sex. And maybe some swimming. And/or skinny dipping. But then, there's that 5% that sneaks up on me every now and then, and makes me feel all squirmy and unsure. So where is this supplier of yours? There's impatience in my tone as Lila and I navigate the streets of Brooklyn, looking for a new supplier she's found for the restaurant.
It's just up here.
Good. I want to get this meeting out of the way so I can swing by the shelter and see Deck. Yeah, I'm needy. What's your point?
Oh, hey. Is that Declan?
I glance over the road to where Lila's looking. My heart bursting because if Declan's out and about, he must be on a break, which means... What the fuck? I duck down behind a lamppost, causing Lila's brows to shoot up with alarm.
What the hell are you doing? You know that doesn't really hide you, right?
Shh, and just look. She decides to join me behind the lamppost, or next to it, I guess, as we watch the scene across the street. It's Declan, all right. But he's not alone. Josh is with him. They've come out of a diner, and it's obvious they've just eaten together. I see Deck place his hand gently on Josh's shoulder and say something to the other man, his expression blazing with intensity. And then they embrace. It's just a hug, except it's not. It's intimate. I need to get out of here. I jump to my feet and dart away, back toward the subway we came out of. Lila follows after me and doesn't try to stop me from getting the next train back to Manhattan. We're silent all the way to Rice Rice Baby as she lets me stew in my thoughts. But the moment we enter the restaurant, she speaks.
Maybe it's not what it looked like.
I spin around to face her. I'm sure I must look like a crazy person right now, but she doesn't say anything. Come on, Lila, seriously? You don't think there was anything weird about that hug? She glances away, catching a bottom lip in her teeth as she hesitates to answer.
Okay, fine. It might have looked a little intimate, But come on, Keith. This isn't worth getting all worked up about. Declan's been doing you a favor with this whole fake boyfriend thing. I think maybe if he has a chance to work things out with Josh, you should let him do that. It's been long enough now that if you guys broke up, no one would make a big deal.
I slump into the chair at one of the restaurant's tables, my legs no longer able to hold me up. I can't even look at Lila anymore, my head bowing as my hand comes up to rake through my hair.
What? What is it?
She asks, clearly noticing I'm on the verge of a meltdown here. I take my time to answer, finally managing to push the words out through a heavy breath. It hasn't been.
What do you mean?
Fake. It hasn't been fake for over a week now. At least I didn't think it was.
Okay, honey, you're gonna have to explain this to me because I'm not sure I understand.
It started at Shay's birthday. We kissed just to try and sell the whole boyfriend thing, but it was like, once it happened, I never wanted it to stop.
So, you're really bi?
I give a one-shouldered shrug. I don't know. I guess so. I've never really thought about it before.
But you and Deck, you're really...
If you're asking if we've had sex, the answer is yes. A lot. Like a ridiculous amount. Probably too much, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I really don't need the specifics.
There's a beat of silence as she studies me curiously, her expression gradually turning to one of sympathy.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I scrub a hand through my hair, tugging at the strands as though that might somehow keep me balanced as the L word hits me right in the heart and knocks the breath out of me. Finally, I manage to respond, my words coming out cracked and hollow. Yeah, I am.
Well, you have to tell him.
I shake my head adamantly. No way. It's like you said, if he wants to be with Josh, I should step aside.
That was before I knew what was between you two was actually real,
Lila says with a grunt of frustration. It doesn't matter. He has a history with Josh.
He has a history with you too. 10 years of friendship, that counts for something.
I lift one shoulder in a shrug. Not enough, obviously. Lila's jaw clenches as she shakes her head stubbornly.
No. I know what we saw, but there has to be some other explanation. I mean, this is Declan,
she says, as if I didn't already know his name.
Declan, who nurses sick animals back to health and makes sandwiches for the homeless guy at the end of his block. And what he did for Alana and Haley?
She takes a deep breath, her eyes filling with emotion.
Heath, this is Declan. He's been your best friend for 10 years.
What's your point? I say with a grumble. I get up and move to the bar where a crate of alcohol is sitting, waiting to be moved to the storage area. I haul it into my arms and head through the door behind the bar, escaping my sister. I may have asked the question, but I don't particularly want to hear the answer. Of course, she's not that easy to shake. She follows after me, arguing,
My point is, he's one of the good ones, Heath. He's not selfish or cruel or dishonest. He's not Allison.
You say that? But the other day when I asked him about Josh, he lied. Lila, he lied to me, right to my face. Lila's eyes fill with concern as she studies my face.
How do you know he lied?
I shove the box onto an empty shelf and turn to face her, my arms crossed over my chest. He said he bumped into Josh a few weeks ago, but a text message I saw said they saw each other a few days ago.
You read his text messages? Heath!
I throw my hands up. It was there on the screen. I didn't deliberately snoop. It just popped up.
Just please, promise me you'll give him a chance to explain.
"22. Declan. Work is done for the day, and it's finally time for my vacation with Heath to start. I know it's only going to be a few days, but it'll be awesome to just get away from the city and chill out together. And for the last few days, I haven't been able to stop my brain from running through a mental list of all the places in my uncle's house I want to have sex. The hot tub, the walk-in shower, the California king bed. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I'm just packing the last of my things for the next couple of days when I hear the knock at the front of Aiden's apartment. I'm surprised to find Heath there when I open it. Hey, babe. Aren't I supposed to be picking you up? He brushes past me and into the apartment without even really acknowledging me, and I realize he's upset about something. His movements are agitated and his jaw is tight with tension. Hey, what's wrong? Heath, tell me, what happened? He spins around to face me, his gray eyes fierce as he stares me down. I saw you today. Lila and I were in Brooklyn to meet with a supplier, and I saw you with Josh. Oh, fuck. Okay, look, I can explain about the kiss. His eyes widen in horror. You kissed him? That's not what you saw? No! I saw the inappropriately intimate hug. You actually kissed him? Baby, please, just calm down and let me explain. What the fuck is there to explain, Dak? I scrub a hand through my hair, desperate to somehow regain control of the situation. It's not what it looked like, or what it sounds like. So what is it then? It's just, we're friends, I say lamely. It's the only explanation I can give that doesn't violate Josh's trust. Friends! Right. A friend you kiss. A friend you lied to me about? Gee, this seems fucking familiar. No, that's not what this is. I'm not Allison. I would never do that to you. You lied to me, Declan. And then you kissed another guy. He shakes his head bitterly. You're worse than Allison. She was never my best friend. After Heath slams his way out of my brother's apartment, all I want to do is chase after him and make him see this is all just a big misunderstanding. I want so desperately for everything to just go back to exactly how it was this morning when we were curled up in bed, excited for our trip to the beach. I want it exactly how it's been every day since we first kissed. I want that forever. And I want to chase after him and tell him that. But I can't. He's not in the mood to hear it, and anything I say right now will probably just make it worse. Besides, there's a little part of me that's kind of angry at him. Shouldn't he know I'd never hurt him like that? Shouldn't he just know? Usually the person I call when something horrible has happened is Heath, but considering he's the cause of my current state of misery, I have to go for option number 2. Fortunately, Shay answers my call on the second ring. What's up, little brother? I can barely push the words out. It's as if my throat is objecting to the reality of the situation. I think it's over. With Heath. There's a long moment of silence before Shay finally says, I'm coming over, and I'm bringing beer. When Shay arrives half an hour later, he's lugging a 6-pack of my favorite beer in one hand and a paper bag, which turns out to hold a stash of burgers and fries in the other. We settle around the coffee table with our food and beers, and then Shay finally turns to me and asks, Okay, what the fuck happened? I decide to tell him everything. How Heath and I actually started and when it became real, how I've come to feel about him, what happened with Josh and Heath's reaction to it. The only thing I gloss over is Josh's actual condition, simply stating that he's going through something that he asked me not to tell anyone about. Shay listens quietly as I let everything pour out, and when I'm finally done, he leans over the coffee table to look at me intently, his eyes taking on a deadly serious gleam. All right, you need to do me a favor. Never, ever tell Connor what you just told me. If he finds out you guys started out fake, I owe him $100. I let out an exasperated breath. Are you kidding me? You guys bet on us? Hey, don't look at me like that. I was in your corner, man. He takes a couple of fries and dips them in ketchup before shoving them in his mouth. What made you so sure we were the real thing? I ask, curiosity eating at me. Are you serious? Even before you got together, you and Heath were basically a couple. You share food, you bicker like old married people. I'm pretty sure I saw him rubbing your feet one time. Well, my feet were sore. He was just helping his bro out. Bros do not rub each other's feet, dude. Never in almost 25 years of friendship has Blake ever rubbed my feet. That's because you have horrible feet. He throws a fry at me and it lands in my lap. I retrieve it and shove it in my mouth. My point is, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing that was ever really standing between you and Heath was his orientation. And I've been around long enough to know that's not always set in stone. So, yeah, when I heard about you two, I wasn't entirely surprised. I'd kind of been hoping for it for a while. It's a little strange, hearing this echo of the sentiment Josh expressed earlier coming from such a different source. It's a reminder that Heath and I were inevitable. Except that right now it feels anything but. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, I say mournfully. How am I supposed to fix this? Give him some space, Shay suggests. Or go and see him and beg to let you explain everything. One of those two. I blink at Shay a few times. Thanks, that was helpful. I deadpan. He shrugs. Hey, I help where I can. I glare at him. Shay! Gentle sincerity fills his expression. I'm sorry. I know how much you must be hurting right now, how this must feel like the end of the world, and maybe me joking around isn't the best approach. But, Deck, there's no way you and Heath aren't going to get through this. Just give it some time. I nod, my throat thick as I try to swallow. So I should wait for him to come to me? Whether you go to him or he comes to you, I think you should give him a bit of time first. Give him some space. Give yourself some space. You practically spent every spare moment together, and from what you told me, the past week has been even worse than usual. Some distance might be good. Give you some clarity. I like spending time with him, I whine. When he's not around, I feel like there's a part of me missing. It's been like 2 hours since I saw him, and already I feel just empty. Just give it time, Deck. The following day, I get a text from Josh. Josh Donovan. All clear, man. No need to rush home from your vacay to kick my ass. I'm of course thrilled to know his treatment has worked and that he's in the clear, but I can't help the burning pain in my chest at the reminder of where I should be right now. Where I would be if this stupid misunderstanding had never happened. I don't correct Josh, though. He'd just blame himself, and it's not his fault. Besides, today is an awesome day for him. I don't want to bring him down with my shit. Me. That's awesome, man. I'm so happy for you. Celebrations this weekend? I'm assuming you're gonna tell a few people now you're a survivor. Josh Donovan. Yeah, not looking forward to the ass-kicking my parents will give me when they find out I kept it from them, but it'll be better than their constant worrying. And if you want, you can tell your family and Heath. Masturbation saves lives. More people should be aware of that. Wink emoji. It's a relief to have the all clear, but I've already decided I'm not going to tell Heath yet. I'm not going to go running after him and explain the misunderstanding. This, whether he can trust me, whether he thinks what we have is worth fighting for, is something he needs to figure out on his own. "23. Heath. A month ago, if someone had asked me if I'd ever had my heart broken, I'd have been able to explain in vivid detail how Allison had ripped it out of my chest and crushed it in her bare hands. I'd been planning to spend the rest of my life with her, while she'd been sneaking around behind my back, sleeping with someone else, and proving that the 3 years we had together meant absolutely nothing to her. I never imagined anything could possibly hurt as much as what she put me through. But now, all of that stuff with Allison just seems like a drop in the fucking ocean compared to the gut-wrenching agony of losing Deck. I loved Allison, sure, But she was never my best friend. She was never my person. Declan was the one person I knew, just knew, I could always, always count on. No matter what, he'd be in my corner. He'd have my back. He's the one person I counted on to never, ever hurt me. But he did. Lila keeps trying to tell me there must be some explanation. That Declan's not a cheater, that he wouldn't hurt me, that what we had was real. But how can I believe her? Less than a week ago, she was telling me I should let him go and give him a chance to be with Josh again. And now, I guess he has that chance.
Well, you look like shit, boy.
It's the first thing my grandpa says to me when I go visit him the Saturday after the falling out with Deck. Gee, thanks, Gramps, I say with a grumble as I help him adjust the pillows at his back.
Just being truthful. No time for bullshit when you're my age. So, what the hell happened? You were happy as a clam last time you were here with that boyfriend of yours?
I never understood that saying. I mean, do clams actually get happy? Is there a way to test that?
Heath!
I loose a resigned sigh and sit my ass down in the armchair next to Grandpa's bed. It's over with Declan.
What? Why?
He kissed someone else, I say quietly, my chest tightening at the words.
Oh, is that all?
My eyes widen. What do you mean, is that all? He cheated on me, Grandpa.
Oh, I didn't realize you were in 8th grade.
Grandpa! He fixes me with a stern look, and I find it impossible to hold his gaze.
What's the real issue here, Heath? You can't expect me to believe you've thrown this amazing thing away over one little kiss.
I rub a hand over my face, still surprised to encounter the beginnings of a beard. It's been years since I sported facial hair, but over the past week I've had zero interest in personal grooming. Getting out of bed and showering is accomplishment enough in my book. I let my hand fall and tip my head back against the armchair, not entirely sure I'm ready to admit this part of it, but also knowing Grandpa won't let up until I do. The kiss was with his ex. They have history, and Josh has been gaying out and dating guys for over a decade. Meanwhile, I'm this newbie who has no idea what he's doing.
Heath, I love you, but that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard come out of your mouth. And that includes the time you tried to convince me dolphins were actually sharks without teeth.
Okay, I just think more research dollars could be spent in that area. That's all I'm saying.
Look at me, kid.
I turn my gaze back to Grandpa's to find his blue eyes boring into me with the kind of intensity that makes me squirm.
When you get to my age, you've seen a lot of things. And if you take care too, you learn a lot from what you see. I can tell you this. A friendship like the one you and Declan have had all these years, that's truly rare. And for that kind of friendship to turn into love, well, I don't even have words to describe how special and priceless that is. And when a gift like that comes your way, you gotta hold on to it with everything you got. You can't just run away at the first sign of trouble.
But what if he wants to be with Josh? I can barely get the question out through the lump in my throat.
Did he say that's what he wanted?
Well, no, but
it seems to me you need to give Declan the opportunity to explain things instead of letting your fear dictate what's going on. If it turns out he wants to be with this Josh fella, well, at least you know the score. But kid, trust me, that's not how it's gonna play out.
How do you know? Grandpa offers me a knowing smile.
Because of the way he looks at you. That boy is head over heels in love with you, Heath. Even a partially blind man can see it.
After Grandpa's pep talk, I decide it's time to see Declan. A huge part of me is hoping Grandpa's right, and that everything's just a misunderstanding and Declan does want to be with me. But there's also the part that's still doubting whether or not he could ever choose me over someone like Josh. But Grandpa was right about that, too. Even if Declan does want to be with Josh, I need to know for sure, as hard as that might be. I know there's a Kelly family get-together happening today, so I decide to make the trek over to Staten Island to speak to Deck at his parents' place. It's probably not the best idea to try to talk this out with a whole bunch of rowdy and curious Kellys around, but now I've made up my mind to do it. I don't want to wait any longer. When I get to the house, I'm let in by Declan's oldest sister, Bridie, who offers me a warm smile and a tight hug.
Oh, Heath, I'm so glad you're here.
Okay. Well, that's a positive sign, I guess. He's out back, she tells me, and gives my back a little nudge toward the yard. I wander through the familiar house and toward the sound of many voices all talking over each other. In other words, a typical Kelly gathering. When I get outside, my nostrils fill with the smell of burgers cooking on the grill, and it occurs to me I haven't eaten since the few mouthfuls of cereal I had for breakfast this morning. There are Kellys everywhere, standing around chatting or sitting on lawn chairs, and Bridie and Liam's kids are running around the yard shooting each other with Nerf guns. And there's Declan, in amongst it all. And he looks about as wrung out as I do, although he definitely pulls it off much better. Still so fucking sexy. Seeing him so disassembled gives me hope, though. Maybe he's been missing me just as much as I've been missing him. I start to move toward him, but then I see someone sit down next to him and offer him a beer. It's Josh. Declan takes the beer and smiles at something Josh says. And that's about all I can stomach to look at. Shit. I shouldn't have come here. I'm gonna kill Grandpa. Old bastard's totally lost it. I turn on my heel and start making my way back across the yard, hoping to make it out of there before anyone really notices me. Heath! Wait! Hang on a sec! I can hear Declan calling after me as I walk back toward the house, but I can't turn around and I can't stop. I need to just get out of here as quick as possible. I'm sure he wants to clear the air, make it so it's at least possible to salvage our friendship one day. And of course, I want that too. If I can't be with him the way I want to be, I definitely still want to be a part of his life. But I can't do that now. It's just all too raw right now, and there's no way I can watch him and Josh be all coupley. I'm almost at the house when, out of nowhere, 190 pounds of Kelly muscle slams into me and tackles me to the ground. "24. Declan.
Seamus, Michael, we do not tackle guests in this house.
Oh, fuck. At my mother's reprimand, Shay has jumped to his feet and has his hands in the air, as if he's 30 years younger than his 42, and Mom has scolded him for breaking her favorite vase by playing rugby in the house. Fuck, Shay, what the hell were you thinking? I rush over to where he's tackled Heath to the ground, finding Heath still flat on his back, his face a grimace of pain. Ow! He was about to leave, and I know you wanted to talk to him. Shay gives a one-shouldered shrug. Well, you didn't have to do that, I say with a shake of my head. You could have heard him. He's fine, just a little winded. Am I dead? I feel dead. Heath groans as his eyes flutter open. I crouch down beside him. You're fine. Shay was just a little overenthusiastic with his tackle. I offer him a soft smile and place my hand against his cheek. I'm glad you're here. He shifts his gaze away from mine, and there's a sudden awkwardness between us that reminds me there's still a ton of crap we need to work out. I should go, he mumbles, pushing himself to sit up. This isn't... I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. I don't mean to intrude. What? No, I want you here. He gives a soft shake of his head, and a curtain of his dark hair falls forward to cover the side of his face, blocking his eyes from me. No, I think it's best if I give you some space. I'll keep my distance for a while and let you and Josh... Me and Josh? What are you talking about? Well, You guys are obviously. He waves his hand to gesture at the yard in general, and I realize what he must think, what the scene he walked in on must have looked like to his eyes. Oh God, baby, no! I'm not back with Josh! I have no intention of getting back with Josh! Our families are close, is all. See, that's his dad over there helping mine with the grill, and his mom fussing over little Leia. I brush the hair away from Heath's eyes and wrap my hands around his face, directing his gaze to mine. I love you, Heath. So fucking much. This past week has been the fucking worst. All I want to do was call you or come over or stop by the bar, but I know you and I knew I needed to give you space to figure things out on your own. And now that you're here, and please, please, can we just forget about what happened and go back to how things were? Heath's beautiful gray eyes are full of the kind of vulnerability I'm not sure I've ever seen before. Not when he was reeling over Allison's betrayal, not last week when we fell out. It's as though he's not sure he can let himself believe what I'm saying is true. You love me? I let out a breath of wry laughter. Yes, you idiot! I am so frickin' in love with you! I pull his face towards me and kiss him, pouring all the emotions of the past week into it. God damn it, I've missed these lips. I've missed every single inch of him, but his kisses... Yeah, I'm never gonna get enough of those. He's a little hesitant at first, as if he's afraid to believe this is happening. But then he grabs my neck and pulls me even closer. His grip's so tight, I'll probably have bruises, and it's the best fucking feeling in the world. I love you too, by the way. He manages to get out through heavy breaths once we finally break apart. I just got scared. I know, and I'm sorry for scaring you. I'll explain everything, I promise. But right now, I just really fucking need to be inside you. Fuck yes! Come on. I get to my feet and grab Heath's hand, pulling him up. I lead him back into the house and up the stairs to the bathroom I had to share with 6 of my siblings growing up. Once we're inside, I lock the door before caging Heath against it and attacking his mouth once again. I love this stubble, by the way, I tell him as I kiss along his jaw. It's sexy. I haven't really been bothered to shave, he tells me. I love it. I love you. I'll never get tired of hearing that. Good, 'cause you're gonna hear it a lot. I press my forehead to his, drawing a breath as I prepare to admit what I've known for a while. I think I've loved you for a long time, baby. Since before I even realized you were someone I could actually be with. You were always my person, the one I turned to for everything. Even when I was with other people. You were my number one. Well, of course I was. I'm awesome. I let out a soft breath of laughter and press a kiss to his lips. I know exactly what you mean, though, he says. It was exactly the same for me. I guess that's why it was so easy to fall in love with you once this all started. That, and I'm an incredible lay. Heath's face breaks into a wide grin. Yeah, that too. The tender moment is over, and we go back to devouring each other. The desperation between us is palpable as we scramble out of our t-shirts and get some much-needed skin on skin. I lower my head to suck on one of Heath's nipples, drawing a deep groan from his lips. Oh, please, Dak. Please, no teasing. I just need to feel you. I let go of his nipple and stand up straight to press a kiss to his jaw. I know what you need, baby. I hunt around in the bathroom cupboards for supplies, but come up completely empty. I'm not sure why I expected to find a drawer full of condoms and lube in the upstairs bathroom of my childhood home, especially now all my siblings have moved out. But seriously, Owen only moved out a year ago. Couldn't he help a brother out by leaving the bathroom fully stocked? Haha, that'll work, won't it? Heath says triumphantly, holding up a tub of Vaseline. I frown at the tub in his hand. It's oil-based, so not really the best. It'll be fine if we don't use a condom. And I just about come in my pants. You wanna... Are you... I got tested after that creepy girl. I'm all good. That wasn't actually what I was asking. There's no doubt in my mind Heath would have suggested going bareback unless he was sure he had the all clear. I am too, but are you sure about this? He places the tub on the counter and closes the distance between us until our bare chests are flush against each other. His hands come around to slide over my back as he presses a soft kiss to my neck. I want to feel you, Deck. All of you. As if I could possibly deny him that. Besides, I really, really want to be bare inside him as well, so it's not as though it takes much convincing. Or any at all, really. My hands find the button of his jeans, and in a flurry of movement both his jeans and briefs are sliding down, his legs being tossed to the floor. I take a moment to soak in the sight of his beautiful naked body, the smooth pale skin, the lean muscles, the dark trail of hair leading down from his belly button to my favorite place. And that beautiful cock, thick and throbbing with need, pre-cum glistening at the head. I don't stare too long, though. If I do, there's no way I'll last long enough to even get inside him. Turn around, baby. Lean against the counter. I want to watch your face in the mirror when I make you come. He does as I instruct, his eyes trained on my reflection as I remove my jeans and briefs. Loving the way he's looking at me, I decide to give him a bit of a show and take my time to undress. I swear to God, Deck, if you don't hurry up and get that cock inside me, You'll what? I offer him a smirk in the mirror. He scowls at me. Well, I can't think of an appropriate threat right now, but it'll be bad. Well, damn. I better hurry up then. Once I'm undressed, I come up behind him and grab the Vaseline from the counter. I have to turn my gaze from the mirror while I'm prepping him, because the face he's making while my fingers are inside him is so fucking debauched it brings me to the edge, and I haven't even touched my cock yet. Once he's prepped, and I'm slicked up, I bring my cock to his entrance and push inside. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is not gonna last long. I go slowly, inch by torturous inch, as I try desperately to maintain control and not embarrass myself. Deck, come on, Heath complains, wiggling his ass backward and causing my mind to fucking explode. Please, just give me a second, I manage to gasp out. I finally bottom out, causing Heath to moan with pleasure. Baby, I'm sorry, but this is gonna be over pretty quick. I'm so close already. I don't care. Just please, fuck me, Deck. I need to feel you. I can never deny this man anything, so of course I do as he asks. I've never gone bare with anyone before, and I'm so glad I waited for Heath to do this with. The way he feels wrapped around me, taking everything I have to give him, it's so perfect. He's perfect. I managed to hold out long enough for him to come. He doesn't even need my hand, just my bare cock inside him, filling him and brushing over his prostate. I watch his reflection as he comes apart, and that expression, the one I put there, works like a trigger, taking me to my own climax. I stay inside him even after I've come. I know I should pull out and start cleaning him up, but I don't want to leave yet. I bend over and press a gentle kiss to his shoulder. This is it, baby. You and me, forever. Was that a proposal? The wry grin tells me he's joking. But as soon as I hear that word, I know in my bones it's exactly what I want. Heath is mine, and I want the entire world to know it. Do you want it to be? His eyes lock with mine in the mirror, the levity of a moment ago gone. Do I want to be your husband and spend the rest of our lives together? Of course I fucking do. The grin on my face is brighter than the sun. I pull out of him and spin him around so I can claim his lips in a fierce, possessive kiss. And then a thought occurs to me. Okay, maybe when we're telling the story of how we got engaged, we could skip the part about my dick being inside you at the time. Heath offers me a sly smirk. Or we could show people a picture of it. Then they'll understand why I said yes. Epilogue. Heath. I didn't wake up that Saturday morning with the intention of fabricating a relationship with my gay best friend, but fuck am I glad I did. As far as the world knows, with the exception of a few trusted confidants, Declan and I first got together the night of my 28th birthday, and apparently I've known I'm bi for like a year. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll come clean, like on our deathbeds or something. But considering everything worked out for the best, it seems a little silly to suddenly tell everyone we started out fake. And besides, I'm not entirely sure how much fakeness there actually was. It was more like pretending to be fake was the push we needed to realize we were actually real. Yeah, it's confusing to me too. My phone chimes with a text, and I unlock it to find Declan's name on my screen. Declan. I'm a block away. You can tell everyone to hide now. I call out to get the attention of all the people in the room. Okay, red alert, people! He'll be here in a minute! Everyone scrambles to the back part of the restaurant while Lila runs to turn down the lights, leaving on only the one above where the hostess stand usually sits. We're at Rice Baby, and we've closed the place to the public so I could gather all of Declan and my family and friends for a surprise celebration. The thing is, it's not actually a surprise. He knows all about it. In fact, he helped plan it. See, even though we've been engaged for a month, Declan kept insisting we needed a better proposal story. I, for one, love our proposal story, but I give Declan anything he ever wanted, and that includes a second, more classy and family-friendly proposal. And considering he asked last time, it's up to me to do the honors this time around. The door to the restaurant creaks open, and I hear a chorus, shh, from the back of the bar. I give a rise, shaking my head, thankful that Declan already knows what's going on. Declan walks into the light, and the look of confusion on his face seems so genuine, it's adorable. He may or may not have been practicing that over the last few weeks. He looks incredible. His dark blonde hair is styled neatly for the occasion, and he's wearing khaki shorts that I know for a fact show off his ass nicely, and a navy blue button-down that fits perfectly across his broad chest and is rolled to the elbows to reveal the golden tan of his forearms. Yeah, I totally won that breakup with Allison. My man is fucking gorgeous. Not that it's a competition or anything. What's going on? I thought we were having dinner. I take his hand and draw him closer to me, under the light. Well, we are. But there's something I wanted to ask you first. I drop to one knee, his hand still clasped in mine as I look deep into his beautiful green eyes, and pour my heart out. Declan, ever since I met you, there's been a connection between us. You've been my best friend, my person, my rock, the best part of me. It took a long time for me, for both of us, to realize that what we had was more than friendship. But I think we know now that what's between us was inevitable. You're my soulmate, my other half, my forever. I want to spend every day for the rest of my life waking up in your arms. I want to grow old with you, raise kids with you, bicker with you about who would win between Black Panther and Wolverine. It's Wolverine. Wolverine would win. There's a chorus of soft laughter from the back of the room, prompting Declan to snap his head around toward the noise. I get a feeling that even though he knew they were there, he'd been caught up in my words and kind of forgotten. I wave a hand in the air. You may as well turn on the lights now. The lights come on to reveal all our friends and family, who take that moment to yell, "Surprise!" That was supposed to happen after he said yes to my proposal, but oh well. Wow, everyone's here, Dex says, doing a good job of looking shell-shocked. Yup, and I still have to ask you something. Oh, right. His attention turns back to me, his eyes blazing with intensity, and it feels as if this whole thing wasn't planned. as if this really is the epic proposal we're gonna be talking about for years. Declan Joseph Kelly, will you marry me? He offers a teasing smile. Well, I kinda have to say yes, don't I? Don't want to embarrass you in front of all our friends and family. That's what I was counting on. He tightens his grip on my hand and tugs me up from the ground, pulling me in for a heady kiss. Of course it's a yes. The crowd behind us all clap and cheer, and when I turn to look at them, I find my mom is actually crying. With joy, of course. She was our biggest fan right from the start. It makes me glad I gave in to Dec's request for a classier proposal. Not sure Mom would have been too thrilled telling her friends about the one in the bathroom. Wait, I have something for you, I tell him, and reach into my back pocket to withdraw the ring box I've been keeping there. I decided not to propose with the ring because it wasn't part of the plan. I wanted something about this to be a complete surprise, and judging by the look on Dec's face, I totally succeeded in that area. You got me a ring? Absolutely. People need to know you're mine. I planned on getting diamonds so you could blind people on the street, but then I saw this and thought it suited you better. It's perfect, he says, reverently as he slips it on his ring finger. It's a simple platinum band with Celtic symbols twisted around it that supposedly mean love and friendship. He puts his arms around my waist and pulls me close. I have to get you one, with diamonds so you can blind people on the street. I smile at him but shake my head. You don't have to. I know you're not exactly flush with cash right now, and I don't want you to go wasting money on frivolous things. He's about to go back to school for his final year, which means he'll need to cut down on shifts at the shelter and his dog walking hours, and that means it's time to budget. An engagement ring for the love of my life is not frivolous, Declan argues. Besides, once we get married, we'll have a joint bank account and I'll be loaded. I chuckle at his optimism. You'll be somewhat comfortable. He kisses me again, and I'm just about to really sink into it when we're interrupted by someone clearing their throat next to us. I turn to glare at the intruder and see my sister, wearing a subtle smile and holding a glass of champagne in each hand.
Champagne, gentlemen?
Glancing over her head, I see the party has started without us. The Rice baby waitstaff are wandering around with trays of finger foods and drinks, and music is playing overhead. With some reluctance, I peel myself away from Declan and take one of the proffered glasses, deciding it's about time to acknowledge all the people who've come to support us. When we get over to the mingling crowd, I'm immediately enveloped in a fierce hug from my mom.
Oh, honey, I'm so happy for you.
Thanks, Mom. She finally lets me go and Dad steps up, giving me a slap on the back, which is Dad code for a hug.
We all are, son. It's great to see you so happy. He's a New Yorker, ain't he?
I turn to Grandpa, who's made it out of the home tonight for this special occasion. Yup, Staten Island born and raised.
Yankees.
Sorry, Gramps. Mets. Grandpa shakes his head in disappointment.
Well, I guess you can't have everything.
I mingle some more, chatting with some of Declan's brothers and cooing over baby Leia for a while. I even make an effort to chat with Josh for a bit, because I want both him and Declan to know I'm cool with him being part of our lives. I felt like the biggest asshole on the planet when I learned what had been going on with him. Dude was going through some seriously scary shit, and I got all crazy and insecure because Dec was just being a good friend. Of course, that didn't stop me from warning Josh that if he ever kissed Declan again, even for an innocent reason, I would absolutely kick his ass. Seeing as how he was all recovered and everything, I didn't see a problem with making such a threat. But we're cool now, which makes Declan happy. And anything that makes Dec happy makes me happy. So, winning. Attention, everyone! I'd like to make a toast. There's a hush over the room, and we all turn to look at Shay, who's holding his glass of champagne aloft. His eyes find Declan and me, and they're full of the kind of genuine warmth that makes me so grateful to be officially becoming a member of this family. To my favorite brother. There's a chorus of "Heys!" as Shay and Declan's other brothers protest to these words, but Shay simply plows on. And his fiancée. Heath, I'm so glad you finally realized you like dick.
Seamus!
Aileen scolds her eldest son, while the room erupts into chuckles. Again, Shay Mealy continues with his speech. Because you guys are perfect together. I have no doubt you'll live a long and ridiculously happy life, full of vomit-inducing PDAs and sneaking off to bathrooms to have sex. There's another round of giggles, and Aileen throws up her hands in exasperation, but doesn't bother reprimanding her son this time. But Heath, just remember you're part of a rugby family now. Learn to love it, bro. Yeah, like that's gonna ever happen. Shay holds up his glass and calls, "To Declan and Heath. Cheers." Another epilogue. Declan. A couple of weeks after our engagement party, Heath and I managed to get away for our overdue trip to Montauk. Summer is on its last legs, so it's not as warm as it would have been when we first planned this trip, but the days are still pleasant enough, and it's kind of nice with the area being a little quieter than it would have been in peak season. We've just finished an afternoon of shopping and are about to head back to the house when... Oh my God! Is that... Allison? I glance along the boardwalk in the direction he's staring, and sure enough, there's Allison browsing in one of the shop windows. Babe, just so you know, if you want to act out your own version of revenge, I'm totally for it. I mean, we're in the right setting after all. Heath offers me a grin before bringing our clasped hands to his lips and pressing a kiss to the back of mine. I smile at the sight of the engagement ring I bought him only an hour ago. It's a stainless steel band with a zircon stone in the middle. Obviously, it didn't break the bank, but it looks awesome, and Heath loves it. I told him one day I'd replace it with something more expensive, and he told me that if I ever did, he'd divorce me. Calm down, Emily, he says, catching on easily to my revenge reference. I have no desire whatsoever to do that. And to my complete surprise, he tugs on my hand and pulls me over toward his ex-girlfriend. Allison, hey! Her eyes snap to us, wide as saucers as she registers our presence. Heath and Declan. Wow. You really say that a lot. You might want to invest in a thesaurus, Heath says. But his tone isn't mocking in any way. It's more friendly. Allison runs a hand through her hair, and I notice the rock is no longer sitting on her ring finger. Interesting.
Listen, I've been meaning to apologize to you about the whole Facebook thing. I honestly didn't realize you weren't out.
Heath shrugs. It's fine, really. Things worked out for the best.
So, you guys are still together. That's really cool.
It's blatantly obvious it's not cool, but it's hard to tell whether that's because she doesn't want Heath to be happy, she doesn't like the idea of her ex with a guy, or she's just uncomfortable in an awkward situation. Actually, we're engaged, Heath announces. Allison's eyes bug out. That's... I have a feeling she's about to say wow, but manages to stop herself.
Congratulations.
Thanks. So, what's going on with you? What are you doing here? Heath asks.
Oh, my family has a house in Southampton. I'm here for a visit.
Babe, we should probably get going, I say to Heath. Right. Well, it was good to see you. And I'm pretty sure he genuinely means it. Then, to my utter astonishment, he leans over and gives her a tight hug. Thank you.
What for?
Allison asks, the epitome of awkwardness as she just lets Heath hug her. Just thank you. Heath releases her from the hug, and we say our goodbyes, turning back toward the house and leaving a shell-shocked Allison to stare after us. Okay, that was a little weird. You thanked her? Baby, do you realize if she hadn't posted that thing on Facebook, we might not be together right now? Huh. I hadn't really thought of that. Maybe I should hug her too. No, we need to get back to the house so we can try on our new purchases. Our new purchases equal swimsuits. We each picked one out for the other, so this should be interesting. When we get to the house, there's the familiar bark and tapping of paws as Bucky races over to greet us. Yup, we adopted him. Or, more accurately, Heath did as an engagement present for me. When I got to the shelter that day and saw Bucky had been adopted, I was obviously pleased that he'd found a forever home, but at the same time totally bummed out that I wouldn't get to hang with him anymore. And then I got to Heath's that night to find both of them sprawled out on the couch. Just when I didn't think I could possibly love Heath any more than I already did, he went and did that. Once we're inside the house, Heath makes a beeline for the bedroom while I take the bathroom. I'm expecting to find a skimpy Speedo-style swimsuit like the one I bought for him, but instead, I find a pair of swim shorts. They're pretty skimpy and tight and white. And when I put them on, the first thought that pops into my head is that scene from Casino Royale with Daniel Craig getting out of the water. Not that I think too much of myself or anything. I exit the bathroom and meet Heath back in the living room, and I'm literally salivating the moment I get a glimpse of him in that swimsuit. I didn't think it was possible for that ass to look more tempting, but damn! That blue and green suit is molded so perfectly to his tight, round ass, it's like a fucking bullseye. It's taking every ounce of willpower I possess not to storm over there, rip that thing off him, and bury my cock inside his tight hole. So, I guess you like the suit, he says with a smirk, his eyes flicking to my rock-hard cock, straining to break free of the tight constraints of my shorts. I offer an arch on my brow. Like you can talk. The tent at the front of his suit is so bad, I'm pretty sure it's mere moments away from tearing at the seams. Not that I'd really mind if that happened. Bucky wanders over to Heath and starts licking at his swimsuit. Hey, back off, buddy, that ass is mine! I point in the direction of Bucky's mat, which sits in the corner of the living area, and I tell him, bed! And he wanders off toward his bed, looking back balefully as if he knows he's about to miss a whole heap of fun. I walk over to Heath, whose whole body is shaking with laughter, and pull him into my arms. You look so fucking sexy in that thing, baby. Ditto. So, are we actually going swimming, or are we just gonna fuck? Could we do both? He asks with a sly grin. I like your thinking. Maybe we should hit the hot tub, though? There were families on the beach. I take his hand and lead him out to the hot tub. And as usual, as soon as we get in, we just can't get enough of each other. Fuck. I love you so much, Heath. I can't wait until we're married. I'd happily marry him tomorrow at a courthouse, but that wouldn't be fair to all our family and friends who have been so supportive of us. So, we're waiting until December. That way, we can take our honeymoon while I'm on winter break from school. No frickin' way was I gonna wait until next summer to make this man my husband. December is far enough away, if you ask me. Me too. I can't wait to begin my forever with you. The end. This has been Fake It Till You Make Out. Love and Luck, Book 1. Written by Isla Olson. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2020 by Isla Olson. Production copyright 2020 by Isla Olson.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.